welcome a group of researchers from around the world. We have 3 continents here, 9 different countries. Representing some of these researchers have a very high impact on the research related to social science in the marine areas, in the small-scale fisheries, and in the governance of the sea. And this is a subject especially relevant for the Canary Islands. We are surrounded by the sea, and the sea has always been a key to understand the idiosyncrasy of the Canary Island people and the linkage we have with different continents and different areas. We have a large diversity of economic activities and cultural relations with the sea. We have some activities that have lasted for centuries in the island, for instance, related to small-scale fisheries or shipping. And in the last years, we have a number of new activities that have been developed intensively, like a huge diversity of activities related to tourism at sea. And all this should create a high interest on the analysis of all those activities and of the social dimensions of those activities. However, the level of the amount of research focused on these human activities at sea, from a social perspective, is not so diverse, it's not so strong. And for this reason, creating the momentum with seminars like this, I think, is important. This human dimension of this governance analysis of the human activities that are being developed in the Canadian Seas is highly relevant. And I hope we can get new insights from this. We have researchers from Portugal, Peru, Sweden, France, Thailand, Canada, and Norway, and of course some of the researchers from the Canary Islands that are linked to our Institute of Social Research and Tourism. And this public seminar, I think, is very interesting. After this public seminar, we are going to work in the following days in a number of projects and topics for trying to enhance the collaboration between us and with 2 large networks that are represented here. On one side, the Too Big to Ignore network that's been coordinated by Artesanal, that will follow me in this presentation, and the Red in Blue Cost Action, that is a big European network with 400 plus members currently from more than 35 countries, mostly European countries, and also some from the north of Africa. And the momentum from this that we can get from this networking is very interesting. The possibility for comparative analysis is one of the issues that we want to enhance, to place our research in the Canary Islands not only in the local scenario but also in comparative and worldwide or European scenarios. So I want to welcome Ratana to continue with the presentation of the activity. This seminar has been coordinated both from Ratana from the Memorial University. He's a research professor at the Memorial University in Terranova, Canada, Newfoundland, Canada, and myself. So it's a pleasure to welcome Ratana.
Thank you so much, Jose Todos. So we are so happy to be here. We used to come here a lot because there's a lot of projects that we were doing together. But what a real pleasure to be back here and to have an opportunity to talk about research, to share what we have been doing in our own projects and then to find a way to connect with each other. So we hope that you will be able to join the conversation as we continue with this presentation. So as you saw in the program, we have quite a lot of presentations. So we're going to do 3 presentations, and then we have a period. We're going to pause for some question and answer, then we do another 3, then we would have another set of question and answers, then we take a short coffee break. So for those joining us or watching it live stream, then that means you can go and have your coffee and tea, and then we'll come back for another set of presentations. So I like, basically, like Jose introduced, the project, the Too Big to Ignore, is a global partnership for small-scale fisheries. So we started the project in 2012, so we have been around for more than 10 years now. And we keep going with the work that we do simply because if you work in small-scale, but also opportunities. So we're trying to find a way to look at small-scale fisheries in a way that can help advance achieve sustainability and viability of the coastal small-scale fisheries communities, but also improving governance and make sure that they get integrated properly in the decision-making process. So it is not a small task, and that's why it requires a global network. So we invite you to also take a look at our website and join the initiative. Whatever you do, especially here in the Canary Island, it's very relevant to the conversation that we have. Okay, so we'll start from our professor, and he is one of the founding members of TBTI, Professor Sven Jentoft from the Arctic University of Norway, Norwegian College of Fishery Science. So this is a real treat because Sven has been working on small-scale fisheries and various aspects of small-scale fisheries, especially in terms of governance, but the thinking about small-scale fisheries, the deep thinking that is required. We are learning that from Sven, so I think we're going to enjoy this presentation. Welcome, Sven.
Thank you and good morning. I'm happy to be here. I've been to Tenerife many times, and I've been around in the Canaries. The only island I haven't been to is Fuerteventura, so that remains. I've even been to La Graciosa with Jose, and Ratana was there too, many years ago. But everything was before COVID, so I haven't been here since COVID. But here is my presentation, and I apologize for the misspelling. It should be knowledge base, not knowledge baser. Too Big to Ignore is this network that we established, but up to the left there is the logo of my university, and it's a logo that draws from Old Norse mythology. We had a god of wisdom called Odin, and he had 2, they are not crows, they are ravens. He had them on each shoulder. And every morning he would send them out in the world in different directions, and they would come back in the evening and they would report to the god of everything they had received or learned and observed. So this is how he built his wisdom. I do not consider myself as Odin, but I consider myself as one of the ravens, because that's what happens on, when you travel around the world and come home, you always have a story to tell. You have learned something, and traveling is a good way of learning. Anyway, so I have been interested in over the years this issue of local knowledge, which is a big issue in fisheries these days. I think my first publication was in the early 1990s, so it has stayed with me for a long time, and I still find it an interesting topic. We used to, or not only social scientists, but also biologists, in fact, used to argue that there is something like a folk biology out there, as there is a folk medicine or a folk philosophy or a folk sociology, if you want. And the question is it, we know that it's there. Is it relevant? Is, for instance, folk medicine relevant for modern medicine? Or is folk fisheries biology relevant for fisheries biology in these days? Is it something that fisheries managers should take into consideration? Is it useful? Is it relevant? Is it trustworthy? And all that stuff. And it's a big issue. But it has, over the years, it's been a fight, I would argue, to get professional scientists, governments, whatever, accept that this is the case. But now it seems to be accepted. You do not sound silly to other people when you say that, well, there is a knowledge out there and it is relevant. You should not ignore it, because if you do, you might do not only discriminate against people. It's a very arrogant position to take if you say that, well, only my knowledge, my science knowledge is the one that is relevant and trustworthy and worth listening to. The other one is just anecdotal knowledge. That kind of attitude, you saw it 30 years ago, but it's not there anymore, in my experience. And I will, my goodness, how do I go back here? I never learned these things. Anyway, I can show you this. This is the voluntary guidelines for securing small-scale fisheries in the context of food security and poverty eradication. It is 10 years old today. It was endorsed by all the member states in 2014. And they have something to say. Also, it was a big achievement and a big celebration. And FAO was the one who was spearheading or leading the process of developing these guidelines. And I was part of this process. And you would see they have a number of guiding principles, as we in interactive governance theory talk about as meta governance principles. And the guiding principle number 2 says, for instance, guiding respect of culture, recognizing and respecting existing forms of organization. And then it comes traditional and local knowledge and practices of small-scale fishing. And then we have paragraph 518. There are 100 paragraphs. It says, in red, in the promotion of responsible fisheries contributed to their particular knowledge, perspectives, and needs. So there is a consensus out there that this is indeed relevant. And we have sort of, I wouldn't say we have won the struggle or the fight that, bringing this topic into the discourse. But it's there, All the member states of FAO has actually endorsed this, accepted this. So I don't think we need to argue that anymore, but we still need to ask some critical questions about them. Who initiated this? Well, anthropologists have, of course, always been interested in local knowledge. What do people know in the area where they do their research? But the one who actually brought it into the fisheries management discourse and fisheries biology was this guy, Robert Johannes, who worked in Micronesia. He wrote this book, Words of the Lagoon, where he actually argued these things that I just argued. And he was not a social scientist, he was a biologist. And it's what's interesting that he, as a biologist, came to the conclusion that what people knew about their ecosystem is indeed relevant. I cannot be here as a scientist and tell them things because they already know many of these things. So he learned from them rather than the other way around. So this is a seminal piece of work. Anyway, but it does. I just have 12 minutes, so I have to be quick here. But it does raise some interesting questions. which I struggle with it now. Take, for instance, the first one. Do people learn from experience? Do they learn? They have experience. They have stories to tell. And if you talk to small-scale fishers out there, they have lots of stories. But have they learned from their stories, and how can we learn from their stories? It's often difficult because they tell the story and they end up furious. They are angry, and they have every reason to be angry. But as a social scientist, you automatically ask the question, well, what did I learn now? And sometimes you may have come to the conclusions that I didn't learn anything. But there is something there to learn if you listen carefully, and if you also listen to the subtexts, what they do not say. And because you will always, start to wonder, this is what the person say, but why does he say it? What's behind all this? There must be some observations that this person is building his story on. We learn from observations, all of us, and so do local people. And one person who, if you study anthropology, you may remember Gregory Bateson, who argues that people observe differences in their environment. But they learn from them when they notice that the difference they observe makes a difference in their life. It's the things that make a difference in their life that is important. You learn from them. I cannot go into any detail here, but there is always the question of what do people know, and that's an empirical question. But let me return to the previous question. How do they learn? They learn from the stories. You may be familiar with the term that you define in medical science, which is called anamnesis, right? You learn from cases. Doctors, medical doctors, they do not just learn from experimentation. They learn from the patients who come with the symptoms, And the doctor may experience these symptoms, and this person hear this person's story for the first time, and he doesn't have much knowledge. He's confused. He hasn't heard it before. But you can imagine when the next person and the next person and the next person comes with similar stories, well, the doctor starts to draw some conclusions. He learned that there is a pattern out there. That is interesting. This is exactly how social scientists learn through case studies. We build one case study upon the other, and we arrive at some pattern there that we can believe in and challenge and test and all that. And so the case study method is basically like anamnesis in the medical. And if you wonder what that means, you can look it up yourself. The question is also then, can we trust the knowledge? Well, this is the argument about anecdotal knowledge, which is an argument that is used to cast doubt on this knowledge, the things that people insist on. Well, they have seen it. How relevant is their knowledge? Well, that's a question that is debatable, I guess. Their knowledge may be local, very local, but it may be relevant in a particular context, but not necessarily everywhere. And if you know fisheries communities, you would know that they are different. What people know in one community, they do not necessarily know in another. And Ratan has now raised her finger, which means that my time is... Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. So then is the question, how do we learn from what they know? How do we learn from their learning? And that is a problem for us. How do you do that? That requires that we have to organize the learning process in a certain way so we make sure that this happens. And then we are into this topic that we're going to discuss about transdisciplinarity, because that's what that is about. How should their knowledge be integrated in the governance process? And that is another issue that is also about how you structure and organize the governance process. Well, you can ask people, you can you can mine their knowledge, but they can also be involved with their knowledge, you know? And the whole argument that this SSF guidelines are advancing is that you have to involve people with their knowledge. And one reason is that they have a right to represent their knowledge. Scientists should not necessarily take their place. And a lot of their knowledge is not conceptualized in a way that it is useful in a more structured management process. But they can be helped to conceptualize something. And that is what transdisciplinarity aims to do. But the point here is that there's a lot of interesting questions here. Once you accept that this knowledge is relevant, then the next question is, so what? Now we agree that this is relevant, so what do we do now? And then you have to have an answer to these questions. We can argue about them and write about them. And there is a literature, of course, about it, which is well worth pursuing or reading. So I don't know how many minutes I have spent, but I assume that it's more than 12 minutes. It's 14 minutes and 18 seconds. Thank you very much.
Just for reference, we're trying to keep it not too long because there's a lot of presentations. So if you see that clock, it's 15 minutes. Just keep it under that. That'd be great. Okay, so the second presentation will be from Milena. And Milena has done many things, and when Jose mentioned somebody from Peru, that is Milena, but she does work in Sweden, and so that would be what you're going to hear. But the other work that Milena has been doing, especially for the Too Big to Ignore project, is actually the work on blue justice, right? Trying to spell out what small-scale fisheries people face when they have situations that they need to deal with. So there's a range of terminology and the way we conceptualize it, and the kind of considerations that we need to give to small-scale fisheries, as they might not have the same opportunity to talk about this. So there's a really good case study here that you're going to learn from in the context of a Swedish coastal fishery. So please, Milena.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm not going to talk about blue justice today, but I think this presentation will fit hopefully with what Svein was just talking about. And the topic is socio-technical imaginaries and sustainability transition. And don't worry about the concept of socio-technical imaginaries. Socio-technical just means that developments in society goes with developments in technologies. Like we develop mobile phones, and now we all know that we are impacted by the mobile phones. So they develop together, and it's a way to see how societies work with technology. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit of how we came up with this study. Oh, sorry, I changed here, but I didn't change here. Is this one? Yeah. So the study started when I was working for a research project who wanted to work transdisciplinary with fishermen in Sweden. And we sent a survey to all the license holders of a fishery license in Sweden. And we asked them about many things. Where are you fishing? It was a very small survey, but at the end we wanted to know if they were representative, if they were membership of fisheries organizations. So it was very small, and we sent to all of them. And then we got, from 780, we got like 143 fishers who said at the end of the survey, in total we had like 300 replies, but they said that they wanted follow-up interviews. So we could contact them and talk to them. And then we didn't have a lot of money in the research project, so we couldn't interview 143 people. We were just 2 researchers. So we said, okay, we have enough resources to interview 20, and how do we do this? And so we had the idea to go to all Sweden and try to, Sweden is a big country, take interviews from the north, from the south, from the middle, and all the diversity possible. Yeah, and you cannot see that, but coastal fisheries, and we were working with coastal fisheries who just land 5% of all the catches in the most number of fishermen, but they just catch 5%. So it's very little of what they are catching in Sweden. So we went in and talked to them. And this is the transdisciplinary, and what Svein was saying. You have to talk to the people, actually, to learn. And then we were fascinated by some replies, and that's again, Svein, patterns. Because the 20 fishermen said more or less exactly the same. They were in different places, they were fishing, they had no contact to each other, ever. They are not part of any organization, so how can they always tell the same? And they said, for example, we are sustainable. That was the first thing. I don't need to go to a sustainable transition. I am doing a sustainable fishery, so why do I have to change? And then the large scale is the problem. We are important for coastal development. We don't want to get rich. We just want to have enough to live. And problems are the national agency. That's the ones who is management the fishery. That's the problem. The seals and some pollution. But we were like, at the end, we know what we are going to hear from this guy. There were different characteristics, but it was a big pattern. So, sorry. At the same time, when we were doing this, why do I? Oh no, I messed it up. Can I get a discount on the time? Yeah, step para adelante. So at the same time that we were doing these interviews and getting a lot of fun learning from these fishermen, the Swedish government was writing a policy for fisheries in all Sweden. And they tried to do it like Svein said, now you cannot do it without inviting researchers, stakeholders, and all the fishermen. But they invited some fishing organizations, which we knew the fishermen we were interviewing were not interested because these organizations were not representing them. And at the end, after 1 year at least of process, the government came up with this policy. And the policy was also very clear and very different from what the fishermen said. So how do we go to sustainable fisheries in Sweden? No one said the coastal fisheries are already sustainable, so they take them out from the picture. No. For them, there was just commercial fisheries, no difference between the small and the big ones. Recreational fisheries was very important. There was for rural development, tourism as well, but no mention of what's the role of Yes, they mentioned a little bit about coastal fisheries is good for cultural heritage. The strategy also says that fisheries has to be profitable and get a lot of money from the industry, while the fishermen had no interest in getting more money than what they get. And many problems were the fish stocks, the lack of knowledge. We don't know the impact of the fisheries. We don't know how to do aquaculture sustainable and things like that. And multi-sectoral cooperation. This is not working. We are not sustainable because we are not working in different sectors, like the food sector and the fishing sector and the transport and so on. So at the end, we compare what the fishermen were telling us and what the strategy thought about the future of the sustainability of fishing industry. And you can, I don't need to read on all this, but it's more or less what I just said. You see that there are tensions between how the people are thinking and how the government is thinking. Mainly, that's the main idea. Not only on what is the goal of being sustainable, but why do you want to be sustainable, and who is responsible for the sustainability. So for the fishermen, it was very clear. We just need the agency to help us, to support us. And then we will have a sustainable fisheries. But for the policy, it was we need to collaborate, as I said, all together. So why is that important? We as social scientists, we saw patterns, and then we try to put a concept on the patterns we observe in the field. And we found this almost by chance, because I knew someone who works in these topics. It's sociology of science, and they study more or less what I said in the morning, how technologies and science develop with society. And they have this very nice concept called socio-technical imaginaries. The definition is a bit long: collectively held, institutional stabilized, and publicly performed visions of desirable futures, animated by shared understandings of form of life and social order, attainable through advances in science and technology. And we thought that this concept fits very well to what we have describing in the pattern. And more, these STIs have been reported. It's a short of socio-technical technologies. They can be in tension, which is exactly what we also found. And there is always a dominant STI and an excluded STI, which is obviously also what we have with the policy and the coastal fishers. Very important as well here, we would have never learned what the fishermen thought and their visions for sustainability if we hadn't dared talking to them. Because the only thing that doesn't fit in this definition is the publicly performed. There's no way, they don't have an organization. From time to time, they go gather grant interviews in the press, but this knowledge that we got talking to them, it's absent in Sweden. Not even the managers know about this. So when you talk about transdisciplinary and the need to go to the field, yeah. And yeah, the relation with sustainability transition is also that in the last years there have been a lot of talk, and it's more or less open for every researcher that you have to co-develop these visions of the future. If you want to go to sustainability transition, you have to develop these visions with the stakeholders, as Sven said. But do you really can develop this? I mean, people come from the perspectives with their ideas, which they learn probably from experience. This talk is not about how they get these visions, because we don't have the data. It's an empirical data. But they do share them somehow without communicating to each other. So can you really bring these people to a meeting and co-develop a vision for the future? I mean, in my opinion, we better understand how their visions come from than just trying together. And at the end, it finishes you imposing your imaginary to the other people. So be careful with that. And that's all from my side. Yeah, 10 minutes.
That's great, thank you. The next presentation. Right on time. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Milena, for that. It's a little bit of a concept to grasp, but at the same time, I can see actually how the justice concept can also be discussed in this, right? Because in many ways they are marginalized from the process, and now the way they think is not aligning with what the government is thinking. So we need to kind of work on that. So we'll have some conversation about that later. So if you have any questions, including people who are joining us live, we would you'll be able to send your comments in the chat, and we would have someone monitor that and present it here for us. Okay, so next we're gonna invite Professor Katja Frangoudis, and she's another founding member of TBTI, has been leading us in the look at women and gender and their role in sustainable and small-scale fisheries, food security, and everything. This particular presentation is going to be a lot to do with how France and EU interacting in that space when they talk about marine conservation. So please, Katja.
How we going down? Hello to everybody. I am Katja, and I will present today something that we are currently doing. So it's ongoing work. It's not finished work. So I strangled quite a lot before to put some slides there. Probably I will not follow them, but anyway. I don't know how many people here are familiar with the common fisheries policy in Europe or with Europe, and but the last year, for many years, the common fisheries policy didn't pay attention to conservation. And here, marine conservation means marine protecting areas, dolphins, protect dolphins, and so on. The common fisheries policy was mainly concentrate on the conservation of fishery stock and not on the conservation of areas and so on. So let's see what is happened. In 2013, the common fisheries policy introduced some conservation measures. It's important because if the CFP didn't have until more or less this day conservation measures, in the other side we have another European general direction concentrate on environmental issues. So we have two policies. We have the environmental and the fisheries policy, and there was not too much connection between the two. So the one decides for fisheries and the other decides for environment, and then we will look also the difference between the two policies, what means at the national level the two policies. So we introduce, I just put here the 3 articles. There are other articles. So is the conservation measure necessary for compliance with obligations under union environmental legislation. So that means that we have, what I just tell, environmental policies. And then we have, the Commission can act in place of member states if there is a serious threat and if the member state asks the Commission. And the Article 13, member state emergency measures is when there is, for example, in France, we decided last year to close seasonally the fisheries in Bay of Biscay because it was dolphins that were in danger. So as I just say, it's this article came out because we have to support the EU natural laws, as they told us, the Bird Directive, the Habitat Directive, the Marine Strategy on, and so on. And of course, it didn't come like that because Wayne just told us that we have to think what is behind too. It was also to satisfy the environmental NGOs and also the scientific claims regarding conservation, because there are scientists working about conservation, and especially with marine protecting areas. So we have that, but at the same moment, in these conservation measures, we have the Article 17 that a lot of us in this room we know. The Article 17 is asking, Europe asks member states to allocate fisheries opportunities, fisheries quota, based on environmental, social, and so on. So when we start to look at mainly on the Article 11, I understood that finally the Article 17 call maybe to help small-scale fisheries, but this article, they don't make any distinction between small and large scale. So let's see. Okay. European Union, and here I take the case of marine protecting areas. European Union objectives regarding this marine conservation is the marine protecting areas. Europe, as our our countries, the member state, they commit to create 30% of marine protecting areas and 10% of them as strictly protecting areas in, it's 2030. It's not 20, it's 30. And then, in fact, we have all the EU legal frame coming out is the biodiversity strategy for 2030, where is include this all, the 30 and then 10%. The European Commission Marine Action Plan, it came out in 2023, and it goes mainly by the Commissioner of DG, the General Direction of Fisheries, MARE. The Natural Restoration Law came out last year, the Green Deal, and all that, they speak about MPAs, 30%, and 10% strictly. Of course, this we commit is not an obligation. They agree between them, the member state, and Europe just practice what the member state agree. But we are looking around Europe. The statistics show out that 8% of European Union Sea is integrated in Natura 2000 site areas, and 3% is covered by national protection scheme, because we have the European MPAs, and then we have our national, in France, for example, we have 8 types of restrictive areas. Anyway, however, only 1% of the sea is under strictly protection at EU level, which is nothing. So the question is how we move from 1% to 10% and from 11% to 30% in 2030. and I put Europe, but France too, and Spain too, and all the countries too. In fact, when we start this story, our purpose was not really directly, it was related to that, but we were looking something else. Also, the regionalization principle, that it was another story, vote came out in 2013. And when we start interviews with the different level people, the European Union, and national level, and then regional level, fisher organization, and so on. So we understood finally that what we have as Natura 2000 is not current Natura 2000 are not considered as marine protecting areas because they are not clearly defined conservation objective and measure. So when we implement the the Natura 2000 site, which are the most important network we have in Europe, we didn't really define the conservation objective of each area. And often we heard, because we don't have fisheries measure. So at first we didn't understand what it was, the fisheries measure. Finally, we understood that we have to oblige, put some regulations to regulate fisheries in this area or completely forbid. So in France, we have 32% of maritime space under MPA's classification, and, but only 3.64 is located in European France, because France has overseas territories and so on, is there. The biggest areas are there. So we defined last year our national strategy of sea and coastal, and the objective is to implement effective management of MPAs. This is the French logic. We will designate 10% of maritime space and this strong protection. Europe speak about strict protection. So, in fact, and then we have to find a balance between the different regional seas. So they define more or less what we have to do. And in fact, I just show that Europe speak about strict and France speak about strong. So I think behind there is the representation of the two, the social representation of the two words are not the same in French language. Strict, it means that we don't do anything, and strong will leave some doors open. So, in fact, for Europe, in the strict protecting areas is no-take areas. That's all. Nobody's operate. And here we found that they want, there is a wish to limit the action of bottom trawling, but that impact all type of gears, and we come back on ban of fisheries, no-take zones, or something like that. And the French, they just define strong, where we leave the possibility to prohibit or manage better the activities. So this is the big difference. And then when we interview the people of DG Environment, they explain to us, in fact, the difference is that without the support of the fisheries policy, they couldn't intervene in fisheries because they cannot do it, because fisheries is exclusively EU competence and environment is shared with member states. So we decide and member states apply. But the other one, it's an obligation. Anyway, and only 3% on European level have fisheries measure in place. We come back on this fisheries measure. they are not effectively managed, and so on and so on. And they have also some vision towards small fisheries. They put a question, do we have artisanal fisheries and industrial fisheries? And what means traditional? We come on the modernity. Do now small-scale fisheries still traditional by using all the technology and so on? And then we have, I go fast because Jose will start to shine. In our ministry in France, we still discuss the strong, what means the criteria of the strong. They have how to balance ecological and human activities. So in France, it's not forbidden. We discuss. It's done case by case. In fact, case by case at local level, we discuss if we close this area, what will happen, who is impacting, what is the economic impact, and so on. That doesn't exist in Europe. Europe is closed, and that's all. We consider that public engagement is crucial, and the OFB is the office French Office of Biodiversity, and here we have the trouble between the definitions, because this the French definition leave hopes to fishers, but also fears to fishers, and it block the situation. So for our vision of French fishers is again the same. They think that all these stories of MPAs is not based on scientific evidence, and it's more political. We satisfy some people. They have also some skepticism about the transparency of the way that we decide case by case, but we are satisfied because we are not out. And then they think, because we've done a lot of consultation of stakeholders, that the regional level is much more better than the national level. They know where they go at the regional sea level. In fact, finally, with these conservation measures, I start from the beginning, we want to ban button trolling, but in fact, everybody is going in the same basket. So that's all. And then, just the last one. The regionalization principle is often necessary because in areas where member states can apply Natura 2000, and particularly the strict one, that means collaboration with other member states having historical rights in this area. And that it takes for Europe 6 months, but for the member states 6 years before to reach the agreement between the member states. So that's all. Sorry, I was long.
Thank you very much, Katia. So not an easy story to follow. It's a complexity around it. Sven, would you like to join the panel so that we can have time for questions and answer? So Sven started with bringing us to the attention of the diverse types of knowledge and the knowledge holders. We're not talking scientists alone, but we also have fishers who might actually have traditional local knowledge, and that needs to be integrated in the conversation. We also heard from Milena about different images, different visions, between fishing people and the government, and how they don't always align. And just now, Katia presented another level of complication in terms of the differences that we see in the policies, in the way that France or other countries in Europe may be having different way to go about achieving goals that maybe the EU has signed up to. So those are the challenges that we face as we talk about marine conservation, sustainable small-scale fisheries, and that is a perspective that we are bringing, which is a lot to do with governance, but also transdisciplinarity. Okay, so let's have some conversation about this. And anyone has any question, we start from people in the room, and then we go with other questions and comments. Anyone has any particular? Go ahead, please.
My question is,
I'm wondering whether we need a microphone for the people who ask the question. Yes. Okay. So just please wait for the microphone so that we can capture that in our recording. And feel free to introduce yourself.
my question is for Professor Yentoft. If your experience is that local people have the knowledge, good knowledge for fisheries and small-scale fisheries, why do we need social science in transdisciplinarity?
That microphone works, right? The one on the table? Okay, so please just go ahead, Sven. That's the question for you.
Well, that is a good question. In many countries like my own, fisheries are well represented. They have an organization. They have a voice in the policy process. And so why do we need us? It's a fair question. But there is something that we bring to the discourse, and that I discussed that we bring stories, but that they have themselves, but we bring patterns. In order to establish a pattern from stories, you need to do some serious investigation in order to establish it, and eventually you might even need some conceptual. After a while, you need to, as Milena said, you need to have a name for it. And this is how knowledge is built. And I think social scientists have a role in that process, because you cannot. You can. People may have a pattern from their local area, but in order to build some universal knowledge out of the particular stories, you might need a more professional approach, like social sciences, biologists, philosophers may have.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes.
Into that. And Svein, also the social scientists can also study not just fishers, but the fisheries managers. I would love to know where their knowledge come from to build such a policy as they do.
Yeah.
So.
And I would also add, that some people have argued that our most important contributions to society is language. We need concept language in order to observe something, to see the difference that makes a difference. And we are in the process of developing that language, which allows us to see and to read what is happening in society in more precise ways. We can see details that would otherwise be missed. Just like a professional art historian can look at a painting and see something very different, because it has the conceptual apparatus in the, these sophistication, conceptual sophistication allows the art specialist or the art professor to see something in a painting that normal people are not able to see. And I would argue that, the social sciences are no different.
Thank you. Jose?
Thank you for the presentation. Very, very relevant topics. I think that an interesting issue is the global agendas and how the global agendas can be implemented. And that's difficult. That's very difficult, because as we try to develop in our papers about the step zero of protected areas, you need to reach some level of consensus with the people to make possible that the protected areas that are being renewed or they are built get some support from the people, and that's highly beneficial for the future of the MPA. and sometimes when we have these agendas so defined, and with a low level of social scientists involved in making possible in helping to develop these agendas, you are in trouble. And this is an issue we are going to encounter in many areas of Europe in the coming years. A lot of conflicts related to this, because these close agendas and the rate at what you can reach some level of consensus are very different.
You want to comment on that, Katia?
Yes. In fact, there are international agendas that our states are going. They commit, they come back. Europe, at least, has a public consultation. I mean, all the laws I show, they were online consultation. They organize many meetings and workshops on the implementation of MPAs. And I mean, and for them, the legitimation is there. They had public consultation. And so, but who participate in that? Milena explained also before that the small scale fisheries that she interviewed, they are not member of fisher organization, they don't go. And who is going to this public consultation? In France, for the MPAs and the definition really of the strict protecting areas is done also in public consultation. That's why the ministry was believing that. But again, who is going? One fisher, one organization? And then this organization represents small and large scale? So where are, and then when we arrive, because on very, very local level, then we have to make choices, who we forbid and who we allow. And that's why it's case by case.
Milena, you'd like to add something to this? And then we invite you, Sven.
Yes, at least I think we should be conscious that, as I said, people come with their agendas, with their visions, and they have to put in another vision that is global. Sustainability is a global imaginary, and the same is MPAs and all those things. So how do you go, and at the end, in practice, the larger number of fishers in Sweden are coastal fishers. So if you see the paradox, okay, these are the people doing it, and we are these people with scientists and some stakeholders developing this strategy where we think we should go, but they do not even communicate. So how is this going to work?
Sven.
Yeah, it's a bit the same as Milena said. When the reason why this is complicated, or one reason why this is complicated, is that, well, as a biologist, working in the tradition of Bob Johannes, you may acknowledge that there is a folk biology out there, and there is something for me as a professional biologist to learn from that folk biology. But if you invite like local fishers to be part of the governance process, to sit around, being around the table, you don't only get their biological folk biology knowledge, you get their politics, you get their values, you get their wisdom, and you get their prejudice, and you get their politics, and all those stuff at the same time in a mix. And how do you, as a scientist, relate to that? I would argue that all these things, the local knowledge, about how their ecosystem works, in that particular place where they have experience, but also their values, their wisdom, and all those things that people carry and have. You know, those are legitimate issues in a governance situation, because you will never be able to reduce fisheries governance to something that is purely and only scientific or neutral or technical. And you may have read Garrett Hardin's Tragedy of the Commons. You know, we often force our students to read that. But he's making exactly that argument. There are things that doesn't have a scientific solution, you know, and because they are moral, you know, at the end of the day. And that requires, that's a different kind of knowledge, a different kind of, which certainly belongs in the fisheries governance mix. You could say. So that's a good thing. It is difficult, but the fact that it is difficult doesn't mean that we should exclude it.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I think that should be all for now, because we need to move on to the second set, but we will return to, you know, those questions towards the end if we have time. Thank you very much, our first set. Okay, so next speaker. Yeah, this time we're going to go to Portugal. But we look at kind of European-wide study. Christina Pita has been with TBTI and all these other projects we mentioned for a long time now, but really has been leading the study on market and the value chain. So we're going to be learning a little bit more about how it works in the context of small-scale fisheries in Europe. So go ahead, please, Christina.
Thank you, Ratana. Hello, everybody. I'm going to say immediately, sorry if I cough, but I have asthma, and it's not working very well today. I'm okay, though. I'm okay. So, as Ratana said, in TBTI, I've been working in a variety of topics in small-scale fisheries. There's not a lot of social scientists working in Portugal in fisheries, so I've been covering a lot of things from conservation MPAs. But in TBTI, I've been working mostly in markets, and lately, I've been working very much in markets, because that's the thing I want to focus on only, instead of dispersing into a lot of topics. But I've been working a few topics. So let me see if I manage. So today I will talk to you a bit about small-scale fisheries markets and the challenges and opportunities, how things have been changing lately. My first slide, which tends to be always the same, is small-scale fisheries in Europe. Why is it important to think about small-scale fisheries in Europe? It's around 20% of the landings in value, so it doesn't look very big. However, the fleet accounts immediately for three quarters, 76%. That's a lot. That's the bulk of the European fleet. In any country you think about, in most countries, not any country, in most countries you think at the EU level, small-scale fisheries are the most important fleet. And it accounts for a bit over half of the fishermen that work in fisheries. So that's quite an important segment of the fleet. We've published a book a few years back, I think 2020, and about small-scale fisheries in Europe with José and another colleague from the Netherlands, part of the TBTI endeavor, where we looked at 27 different countries and at several aspects of the human dimension of small-scale fisheries. But one of the things we wanted for them to identify were challenges that the small-scale fisheries faced. And we didn't say, oh, look at these challenges or that challenge in particular. We wanted them to identify challenges. And one that was very common in most countries reported was market challenges, right? So, and problems that this is like the most common thing, and it's in Greece, and it's in Portugal, it's in Spain. It came often very, very much. So lack of profitability was a big problem for small-scale fisheries. The competition for market share with produce from aquaculture, from large-scale fisheries, even from illegal fisheries in some locations, probably here, definitely in Portugal. So where there's a lot of tourism, there's a tendency for a big competition for market share from illegal fishing. Lack of recognition in the market. market of a product that is supposed to be high quality, like small-scale fisheries, that then that is not sold in the market as a high-quality product, because everything gets put together when it gets to the market. Also, a limited capacity that fishermen have to get a good price. In general, the markets are organized that give all the power to the middleman. So there's a limited capacity from the fishermen to get a good price. And also the most small-scale fishing organizations lack the capacity and many times the competence to improve the marketing, because they have low levels of formal education, because everything is very technological now, and they tend to be an aged workforce, so they lack this capacity. And also another interesting thing that appeared was problems with traceability. Traceability is quite important for small-scale fisheries because it shows you can recognize the product where it comes from. So it's an important thing that comes up in small-scale fisheries very often. So I put these slides to, especially for the people that don't work with markets and small-scale fisheries markets. How does small-scale fisheries enter markets? There's a traditional way that you catch, it gets, in general, sold at auction, then it's processed, and sometimes not. It's distributed, goes to food services, to retail. But there's also alternative ways to sell small-scale fisheries that go straight to food services and retail and to the consumer. It doesn't have to go through that traditional way, right? And today, I work in food systems, and that's what interests me, and I tend to work backwards. So I think it's very important to know what consumers want. And then, so what is retail providing? Because retail, and why do I focus on retail? Because retail, and you will find this also from the Spanish experience, markets have changed a lot. In the past, we had fish shops and we have fish markets. Now, big supermarket chains are the biggest retailers of seafood. They are the biggest fishmongers in Europe and the United States and most developed nations. And then I've been also looking at ways that fishermen sell products, especially alternative ways that small-scale fishers can put their product in the market, which gives them an edge to get a better profit. And I think it's the future a bit of the small-scale fisheries in reality. So, what do European consumers want? We've done this large survey in Europe. I'm not going to go into details. Anyone that's interested, please drop me an email. We did a large survey of a few European countries to understand what consumers want. And it's large, there's much more results. If you want, just drop me an email. But one of the relevant information that I think is very important and helps, and it focuses very much on small-scale fisheries in reality. If you look at the relevant information that affects seafood purchase decision, amongst these consumers, this is all of them together, then there's a lot of variety depending on the countries. Is that we see all of those come up as very important. But there are things that small-scale fishers can definitely target. Small-scale fishers, people are very interested in seafood origin. If you know where the small-scale fishes come, you have a label of origin, you can do the traceability. That can help small-scale fisheries. Same with environmental sustainability. Most of them, like Katia or Milena was mentioned, they're kind of sustainable. And also social responsible. People want products that are social responsible. That's much, much easier to come from small-scale fisheries than large-scale fisheries. However, what is retail providing in terms of seafood? Well, we also have been doing an analysis, and it's still in progress because I've provided that report, which analyzes a bunch of retail analysis of how do they procure from small-scale fisheries. But I'm still collecting more information, especially in Europe. So we've analyzed these big supermarket chains in Europe, but work in process, because I'm missing Portugal and Spain, and I find that unacceptable. So I'm actually targeting Portuguese and Spanish big supermarkets now, so I want to increase the sample. We've looked at 13 of these retails. And most retailers source from small-scale fisheries. And actually, even 35% of those, this is a small sample, right? They have procurement policies to source from small-scale fisheries. But they also identify many challenges sourcing from small-scale fisheries. And that's most of them. And the challenges are these type of challenges. The low number of certified fishers, because most retail is looking for certification. And when they mean certification, they mean in a kind of, I don't, for a better word, a lazy way of finding fisheries that are certified. People want certified fisheries. So they go for MSC certification. And there's not a lot of small-scale fisheries with MSC certification, right? So low number of certified means that lots of small-scale fisheries cannot enter in their procurement policies. Then they think there's a lack of consistency and quantity that small-scale fisheries can provide to them, obvious. Poor data, which is a bit connected to the certification. They find that's one that interested us a lot. There's a lack of actors in the middle of the supply chain connecting producers to retail. They find it's difficult to get to the small-scale fisheries product. There's a lot of logistics and infrastructure challenges that result in poor quality of the product, especially product that comes from the developing world. And prices and payment, and that means most big supermarket chains, they pay 60 days later or even 90 days later. So they are not, and small-scale fishermen want to be paid when they sell. So they find that is a thing that is difficult for them to work with small-scale fishers. And don't worry, small-scale fishers find the same, that it's difficult because they can't wait that long to work with the big retail. So, and even clarity on human rights, which I found actually quite interesting, that they find there's a lack of clarity on human rights in small-scale fisheries. But one of the interesting things that we also found from fishermen themselves is the payment schemes and all the logistics, the fact that the quantity, small-scale fishers identify that as a problem to work with retail themselves. And most small-scale fishers, at least in Europe, now we're looking at products that come from outside of Europe. That's why I said it's in progress to Europe, and also that initiatives that are outside of Europe but are not interested in putting the product in Europe or the United States. So they also are not particularly interested in retail. It's not their best way of selling fish. They don't get a very good price for it. I've also been looking, like I said, at the beginning. So what do fishermen find as challenges? What kind of alternative ways they can sell seafood? This is, I'm summarizing it a lot here, but we've been looking, and we published this report at the end of last year, which is alternative marketing initiatives in Europe. I'm looking at many more. These are 12, but I already have like 45 from around the world, because I'm interested also to try and understand what about the rest of small-scale fishers from other parts of the world that put the product here, and also the ones that don't want to put the product here. So, and what, for the sake of time, what did we, I'm just showing, if you're interested, you can check the report, but you can also email me. But a few alternative marketing initiatives for small-scale fishers in Europe. We have lots of different ways small-scale fishers are trying to enter the market and make a profit and sell their catch in a different way. So, for instance, this example from Portugal, you will see, I put here the little table, I hope you can see, to show the characteristics of the initiative. You'll see that it doesn't tend to involve a lot of people. This is actually probably the one that involves the most, the amount of boats and fishers, but it tends to be small, really small scale, and doesn't catch a big variety of things in this case, but some other fishers actually catch much more, a larger variety of species. But for instance, this one in Portugal is a short supply chain. They cut off the middleman and they sell directly to the consumers and take it to their house. And that's the business model. And we've actually, that report basically explores the business models of each initiative, so that if someone else wants to replicate in their location, they can see how much it costs to put in place, where people found the money to put this in place, what are the challenges, and there are many, and what also are the opportunities. For instance, another one that we have in the report is Pescat, which is near Barcelona, and this one is very similar to the previous one, but they don't take food to people's house. They actually just work with restaurants, with local restaurants. They're very interested in continuing. This is a pilot, and it raises a few other interesting issues. It's a pilot, and the way they're selling is not the way you can sell in Spain. So they want to continue after the pilot, but legislation doesn't allow them so much to continue. This is another problem with a lot of these initiatives. Legislation, the way we have to sell food in Europe. I am aware. Then another example is one from France that is a labeling scheme that is been going on for many years now, and it's quite well implemented and was quite successful. We have other interesting initiatives, like more in the north, which is a cooperative of fishers. This was a very small amount of fishers that gathered in a cooperative in order to put their catch in local fish shops. They also process the food, they take it to auction, but they also have a private selling shop. So they organize themselves in a different way in order to be able to put the product in the market. And we have another one, I can think one in Finland that involves just basically women and young people. So there's a lot of initiatives, and many of these initiatives involve young people. Actually, most of these initiatives involve quite young fishers. For fishers, 40-something is a young fisher. So I'm not talking about 20-year-olds, 40-something-year-olds is a very young fisher, and involves women as well. So it's a bit of a quite alternative in the fishing world. One of the things why I think this is important, I think there's a certain momentum to transform aquatic food systems in Europe and beyond, and this can benefit small-scale fisheries. We have the UN Food Systems Summit, didn't really focus on seafood very much, but it was the first time we talked about food in 2021. The FAO launched in 2022 the Blue Transformation, which is a strategy to improve seafood systems that can benefit small-scale fisheries. YAFA, which is the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, was in 2022 for the first time, which brought attention to small-scale fisheries. Also the UN SDG 14B, which calls for small-scale fisheries access to resource and markets. And we also have increased public and consumer awareness and knowledge in Europe, hopefully knowledge. And corporate social responsibility. Most of these big retails say that they support the SDGs. So what about SDG 14B? Are they supporting SDG 14B? And they need to report on the sustainability and SDGs. So it's a good timing to put pressure. I don't know if that's what small-scale fisher wants to actually go that way to the market, but if they do, there's a bit of pressure they can put. And I'm aware of time, so that's me. If you have any questions, please send an email. And I want to thank La Laguna, TBTI, and also we continue to work on this a lot in Europe in a new cost action, which is called Rethink Blue. And where there's a work group on seafood markets and one in small-scale fisheries. I lead the seafood markets, Jose, the small-scale fisheries. So if anyone is interested, please drop us an email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. So market and the value chain and the whole conversation about fish trade is definitely important. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. So we continue with Rethink Blue because we have a coordinator of that cost action here with us. So Trashen, but you're going to focus on another challenge that we face, which is relating to the recruitment, right? Now we would hear whether young is really young or young is actually getting old now. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ratana. Generation renewal has been one of the pressing topics in fisheries governance and European fisheries, and there has been a lot of concern and interest in the literature recently on this topic. For instance, Lebedev and Chambers examined the graying of the fleet, as it is called, in the case of Iceland, in the case of allocation of fishing quotas. Other authors have explored on the case of Spain. Also, Milena here co-authored a work on the Swedish case, and there has been several papers, and I think Milena was the first one who applied the Polnak and Pogge model, which was traditionally used for exploration of fishers' work satisfaction precisely on the topic of generation renewal. So this model from 1980s applied Maslow's theory of the hierarchy of needs on exploration of fisheries work satisfaction. In our case, we applied this on the case of Croatia, which is interesting, which is, I think, an interesting case of generation renewal. So Croatia has been one of the rare countries where the employment in fisheries has been on a consistent rise. So one of the reasons for that is purely administrative, because after the accession to the EU in 2013, a huge fleet of subsistence fishers have been transferred to the commercial fleet. So insofar these numbers may be misleading. However, even beyond that, anecdotally, there has been a feeling that the fisher's profession has been interesting for many young people. For instance, recently I talked to a person from the Croatian Fisheries Administration who is administering the training courses for prospective fishers, and she told me that in the last 4 years there has been 1,300 people who passed these courses, and 200 of them were women, with the average age of 30. And this is something which one gets also impression when on the field. So when we conducted interviews on the field, I interviewed several young people who are around the age of 30, some of them who finished college, so have university education, and who went to work as fishers. What we were interested in our research is how to explain this, and what factors explain this rise of interest. And for that we used the Polnak and Pogge model, similarly as Milena Arias-Schreiber has done in Sweden, and we did it on our data of 560 fishers, where we gathered where we interviewed both LSF and SSF subsistence and recreational fishers. But this part of the research which I'm presenting here concerns only the SSF and LSF fishers. So very often the data, the research on fishers is done either focusing only on certain subsectors of fisheries, or they are looking at fisheries in an aggregated way. And here we were interested in showing comparisons between the LSF and SSF fishers. So in our survey, we used two variables which are informative for the generation renewal. First, we asked them whether they see themselves as fishers in 5 years' time. This concerns the exit or stay dilemma of fishers, so it is indicative of the retention rate. And secondly, we asked them whether they would like their children and grandchildren to be fishers, which is also quite important for generation replacement. So as for their exit or stay plans, a lot of them, these are the basic frequencies for SSF and LSF, but of course what we were interested in what explains these frequencies. And here we used this model. So in the first model we used three blocks of variables. First, very shortly, so the Polnak and Pogge model, how they used Maslow's theory is they differentiate between the basic needs, which here we operationalized as incomes, the socio-psychological needs, which mostly concerns the need for sociability, for the say acknowledgement in their community, and thirdly the self-actualization. So this is something which concerns how intrinsically satisfied one is with the work he's doing. So here we have this for SSF, and as you can see, the underlined are the significant variables, and for SSF there is the picture is rather varied. So the incomes are significant, but also is the self-actualization through the seeing fishing as freedom, and also in the we expanded this model with two other variables. The first one is the concerns over the long-term ecological sustainability, which we operationalized through the concerns over climate changes and the perception of the fishing stocks as endangered. So this is something which aligns with the local ecological knowledge, and here the concern over climate change was also significant. And then in the last model, expanded model, we explored also the governance aspect, the trust of fishers in administration, and here the trust in the bodies of surveillance was also significant. So the motivations of the SSF fishers to see themselves as fishers in 5 years' time was quite multi-dimensional. Here, on the other hand, is the data for the LSF fishers, and as you can see, only the basic needs, the incomes are significant for the explanation of, for the motivation of fishers to see themselves as fishers in 5 years' time. So if they earned, the more they earned, the more they were interested in remaining fishers. Other variables weren't significant. How much time do I have? Sorry. And then the second aspect which we examined was their support for their offspring, for the children and grandchildren to become fishers, which is quite important in fisheries, because we know that fisheries has always or has often been intergenerational thing, a profession which goes from one generation to another, and this also is confirmed in our data set. So here the first column concerns the sport and recreational fishers, where you can see that 85% had no background in intergenerational background in fisheries, but compared to that, you can see that SSF, both SSF and LSF, had a lot of generational background. So around 1/3 of them didn't have parents or grandparents who were fishers, but 2/3 of them were in this way connected to fisheries through their families. And this is something which is quite understandable. Here I have excerpt from an interview with the fish processor who was also a captain of a purse seiner, who was working in aquaculture, and here he explains how he went to study to a larger town on the coast and completed his university education, but then decided to return to his island and to continue to be a fisher. And then he explains how as his father was a fisher, even as early as he was around 7 or 8 years old, he spent the whole summers by going with his father together to fishing expeditions, and he says that he would go to island of Jabuka, which is a very distant island on the between Croatia and Italy, and they would spend the whole summer there. He says we would have no fridge, no TV, only a radio, and he recalls how after a month he would be away on the sea. He would return to the coast, and he would I don't know, go on to buy an ice cream and a can of Coke to the first signs of civilization. And he says this is how we learn to do things. By even as at that early age, they would learn everything about fishing, and then after they would as they would grow older, it was kind of a natural course of thing to them to go to become fishers. And here we have very briefly also the results where we ask them several analyze several variables, what explains their motivation to support their children. Also, as you can see, the picture is multidimensional. There are several things which explain that, but with the LSF fishers, it is only, again, the incomes. So even with their exit or stay dilemma and with their support for children, there is quite a clear difference between the SSF and LSF fishers. So very briefly, our conclusion is that this shows the strong importance of generation renewal for the current generation of fishers, but that current fishers are more reluctant to advise their children to become fishers, and in this respect, the difference between LSF and SSF is quite telling, as the SSF is much more multi-layered than LSF, which are very strictly income motivated. So that's my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that. It's really good to see the kind of analysis that shows the differences between small-scale and large-scale fisheries, especially looking at the recruitment and retention. So now we're going to shift gear a little bit. This is not about Europe, and you can see Sakura. So we are going to take you to another continent to talk about small-scale fisheries in Japan. And this is something that Professor Yunji Lee has been leading. She's a coordinator of Thai Japan. So Yunji, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ratana. Hola, yeah, and konnichiwa. I think many of you know quite a lot of Japanese, including konnichiwa. And what else do you have? Like a ninja, manga, matcha, and we also have like a tofu and sake, which is my favorite. And please be ready to learn another Japanese word today. So that's umigyo. And yeah, this word is kind of a really trendy words, like lately in Japan, as you can see from the they are the diet members. They talk about this umigyo a lot. We're gonna do this umigyo. Through this umigyo, we really need to revitalize the communities or rural areas and everything. Yeah. So, and this umigyo concept is we started to see this kind of umigyo phenomenon in late 80s and 90s. And now the government want to promote this. And last year, it was kind of, first year of this whole umigyo movement of Japan. And before getting into this umigyo, a little quick overview of Japanese small-scale fisheries. Similar to many countries, I think, in spite of the huge number of the small-scale fisheries, they're not quite well-known, like outside of Japan. So people, when they think of Japanese fisheries, they think the big guy, big boat and big companies. But actually, as a matter of fact, we have like 80% of the fishers are engaged in coastal fisheries and small-scale fisheries, and more than 90% of them, of the entities, are like a family-run or individual running. And with the unique features of Japanese small-scale fisheries, for example, for the strong rights, they have been secured this kind of semi-private property rights, it's strong rights, and then well-organized the fishers cooperatives, insurance systems, the fishing port infrastructure and everything. So they have contributed to this fisheries sustainability hugely. So to me, Japanese small-scale fisheries is kind of a living proof of life above water. This great book written by Professor Yentoft. And if in any case, if you're not familiar with this book, I recommend you to have a check of this book. And if you are interested in learning Japanese, you may also want to check our great translation, Japanese translation book of this Life Above Water. And these are all this positive side of this small-scale fisheries in Japan. However, with all the global warming, the climate change impacts, the stock issues, and also because of that, unstable fishing operation, and fishers now they don't want their children to take over their businesses. So the generation issues, and then all because of this, we're losing the fishing number of the fishers, and then the the mindset, positive mind things like vitality, losing vitalities, communities and organization. We're losing organization as well. So we're having such kind of challenges. And plus, we just had a great, huge policy change, the Japanese Fisheries Act, which has easen kind of this private companies, enter into the small-scale fisheries. So kind of injustice issues we're having, and might be having more. So this umigyo is to save this the situation. This umigyo is a newly kind of made the word. It's a combination of the umi, it's marine or ocean, sea, and then plus the source of living, while the Japanese word for fishing is gyogyo. That's the combination of fishing and then source of living. So in other words, we cannot only depend on the fishing activities because of whole difficult situations, and to kind of series of economic activities which carry out by the community people. So this is kind of a whole concept of this umigyo. And here is the meaning of umigyo, why we need this, how they contribute to everything. I can keep going on about this for 3 days, but I'm not going to do this. So in a word is that the umigyo is not it's more than economic things. It's really more. It's bigger than that. It's and the community people should be always always are the main actors of the umigyo initiatives. Okay, so next a few slides, I'm going to show a few examples of umigyo initiatives. Direct sales stores. We almost all fishing communities, whole coastal areas of Japan, we can see this direct sales stores run by fisheries cooperatives, and and we have some overseas scholars who have research about this direct sales stores, and And this seafood restaurant, also, run by the fisheries organizations, portside. We don't have the fancy, facilities, environments, but in the portside, you can enjoy this very nice fish, and the sceneries as well. And now, this community festivals, it's also one of the Japanese kind of coastal landscapes. Almost every community have their own fishing festivals taking place on the port side. Like within just a few hours, more than 600, 700 people, just get to the port side and, enjoy the meal and like this. And this is also like a huge stage for women participation in the fisheries. You can see many fisher wives, a women's group of the fisheries cooperatives. They're making that, delicacies, the specialties of the fishing products here. Yeah. So any of you, if you are planning to visit Japan, I know you'll go to big cities like Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, but don't forget to visit rural areas, because there you can only get to see the real Japan. And we also can see some like umigyo initiatives, carried out by the individual fishers, the fishing families. One is that recreational fishing. They during the they carry these customers on their fishing boats for the recreational fishing. By the way, all of them are like our TBTI Japan community partners. And this fishing boat cruise during the off season, they also getting the people on the boat to get to feed the seagulls, enjoy the sceneries, and talking, communicating with the fishers, and etc. And this umigyo is also kind of a we see. Compared to women's participation, it's the routine work for the women is kind of waiting for their husband at the port. They're waiting for their husband coming back, and then do a little sorting things and little processing kind of thing. That, but in this umigyo activities, really can find this woman really active every day. For they always thinking about how to get their customers to be happy, how to run their businesses. So we can find this the interesting part of the umigyo as well. And then hands-on learnings. From our research, the kind of earning is not that big number. It's average. It can be 0.5 million or 1 million Japanese yen. It's not that big, but when we tell from the average earnings or income of the coastal fishing families, it's 3 million. Sometimes 2 million, 3 million Japanese. So from there we can tell they're not that small, but it's not it's not only about the money. And another interesting thing is that this is a case this is like Nori seaweed fishers. They came together and create this fishing company. So they have this their own catch copy. Is from kagyo to kigyo. It's kind of word playing, but it says move from family business to like a company business kind of things. So just a few of them, they kind of do all of the activities that I have mentioned earlier, like the direct sales. They are the fishers. They do the fishing activities, but like the clean up coastal areas, and then the hands-on learnings, educational things. They also now started to the salmon aquaculture, salmon farming, and then the pearl farming as well, and everything. Very, energetic. So these are the, umigyo, and there are many, many more. So it's the umigyo activities happening in Japan now. The government is now ready to give more money, subsidies to the fishing communities, but the challenge what we have is that communities are not ready to receiving that money. So we need more training. So we need more, working together, government, the communities, and transdisciplinary approaches. Yeah, such kind of things. So thank you.
All right, so let's spend about 10 minutes we have left for this session to discuss this, right? We heard about the need to think about market structure, market system in a different way, shorter the value chain through direct sales and etc. And then, recognizing that there's different motivation why people fish. Small-scale fisheries fish not just for income, but also for the satisfaction, for the freedom to do it, self-actualization. And then there's, this kind of driven policy by government, but also embraced at a community level to think about how to really bring more values to the community, through concepts like Umiko and others. So the situation in Japan and Europe actually are similar in terms of the kind of, conversation that needs to take place as we talk about how to really revitalize small-scale fisheries in some cases, or, really make them viable and sustainable. Okay, do we have questions and comments that people like to make here in the room? And also we invite in comments from audience as well who are watching the live stream. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have a question to Jinji. What is the reaction of the fishing communities when they saw the interest of the political people or the governments interested? I know a case study, not in fisheries, but in farmers, where they were kind of successful, and then the government said more or less the same, okay, let's support them, but they said no. They were like, we are fine without you, why should we change this? And what do you think it's going to happen there?
Thank you for the question. As happens, I think, every time when we had this, policy changes without, kind of in a participation process, and all of a sudden policy just change it without, involving fishers and communities. And the same thing for this umigyo. All of a sudden now it's a kind of, national action plan to do. Reaction is that most communities, they don't know what's happening. And so that's the thing that I mentioned. We need to take some time to really, get this policy, can really work in the real world. It's not just, governments, they have their own dream. It's a kind of, So that's my point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Sven, please.
This is for Drasen. It's very interesting to see that you're able to put numbers and differentiate between small-scale and large-scale fisheries on the question of why people are in fisheries. Have you ever considered asking government what they believe is the reason why people are in fisheries? I would assume that in this day and age, government believe that it's all about money, and that's all the thing we need to think about in a way we govern fisheries. And they don't have that information that you are able to provide through your research. So therefore, they just manage based on their own gut feeling that it's all about money and there is nothing else to it.
Mm-hmm. You like to speak quickly to that, Drasen?
Yeah, so I think the government, significant government conceals differences between different parts of the government. So the lower level fisheries officers, I think, have a lot of understanding for what is happening. Some of them are doing PhDs in geography on small-scale fisheries and are very concerned about these nuances. But of course, the decisions are being made, and the large-scale strategies are being made by the upper echelons. And here, I think their motivations are very political, of course, and very often the fisheries policies are shaped by their idea to accommodate the voters, the in a way clientelistic networks, and here they are using all the means they have in order to get that. So I think yeah, for them they are mostly using the ENFAF, the European funds, to pay out all the fishers to maintain satisfaction, and I don't think they are too concerned about these nuances. And in Croatia, this is probably a very important factor for causing the interest of younger generations, is precisely because the redistribution of these European funds is quite generous, and it's one of the explanations of the fishers' well-being.
Great. Jose, you have a question?
Yes. I was looking at your slide with the words of the fisherman, talking about the early learning experience as a child, working with his father and the family, and that's something that I have heard many times, but I don't hear anymore, because in Europe the small-scale commercial fishing boats are a workplace, so children are not allowed to enter the workplace, and that's a big problem for the renewal of the activity. You see that the recreational fisheries are growing and growing because the kids can go into the recreational fishing boats without any issues, but they cannot enter the small-scale commercial fishing boats under no circumstances. So this is a big issue to understand the lack of renewal in Europe. I was thinking if after the entrance of Croatia in the European Union, this has also changed in Croatia. In Spain, when I was doing my fieldwork, kids were entering the boats at any time and doing a lot of different things. I don't know, in Japan you have the same scenario, that small-scale fishing boats are not allowed for kids to enter. And this is a huge problem for the renewal of the small-scale fishing activity in Europe.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think that's the case also in Canada. Katia, is that a comment or a question to? Can you get a microphone to? Would you like to answer first before we go there?
Yeah, I think, officially it is certainly not allowed, but also the entrance of the people who are not fishers, who don't have exams, is not allowed, but I have been there nonetheless. So in reality, there are very few checkups on the boats in the sea, and fishers know that, and I think this is this explains both the positive and negative outcomes. On the one hand, there is a very high degree of illegalities because fishers know that they cannot be checked out. But on the other hand, I think that very often they're also not too concerned about bringing their children to the boats because the rules are something which you very often avoid.
Christina, you like to add something to that?
Oh, sorry, yes, I do. I think what you said and what I think it's interesting to emphasize, maybe for the people that don't know, this issue of generation renewal is really important in Europe. For instance, the Portuguese government now wants to do a pilot study. We think fishermen are getting too old and no people are entering the activity, so they want to understand why. And they contacted me because they want to do a study comparing large-scale fishery sports, small-scale fishery sports. And it's very interesting because I did a study in the Algarve in 2000, 25 years ago, and I'm going to go for the same community now. And it focused a lot on the same topics that Ryzen is looking at now. And with the same kind of results, I was seeing his models, and I was thinking exactly the same. So I'm very curious to see how much it will be different now. And I don't think it will be very different, to be honest. And how do you tackle this? And I think it passes a lot through what Jose says, because we hear the same in Portugal. How do you want kids to enter if they can't even enter a boat? They go to the school, because they have to go to school now to be fishermen, but they go to school as they pay to go to school. So they go to school, they do the course, but then they go for the first time to the boat, they throw up and they never appear again because they've never been on board of a vessel. And this is a gigantic problem. Kids are not prepared to go to a fishing vessel so much as they were in the past.
But Christina, we heard you say that in the post-harvest, which is like not on a boat.
But in the post-harvest, we have a lot of children of fishermen, like in Japan, or like Dresden was mentioning, went to university. And now they're coming back to the fishing communities. They don't want to live in the big city anymore. They want to do business and economics. And now they're coming back to the fishing industry and getting over their parents' business. And the young people that you see in fisheries now in Portugal, they're quite well educated. And they talk to the government in a very different way, in an equal. They read papers. And they go to the government with, information on their hand. It's not your typical fisherman anymore. And they look at different ways of selling their catch. And I think there's a gigantic shift in fisheries in Portugal. It's not going to be the same amount of numbers of people, but it's going to be more reduced. But the people that are staying are very different from the older fishermen. And it's a kind of an interesting thing to see happening, to be honest.
Katia, would you like to, here's a microphone to Katia, please, Jose?
No, it is just to, because Jose asked the question, so in fact, in the French fisheries sector complain because they cannot bring their children on vessels, and that's why we lost the vocation. But in France, we are probably lucky because we have a fishery school, high schools, technical schools, that is for fisheries and commerce, where we find young people. And it's very interesting to hear them what they tell us. They told me, Madame, you are old-fashioned lady, so we don't think like you, for example. But this is for fun. But just to make the link between what Yinji told us and Europe, in fact, Umigio can be compared to our EMFAF funds, the Axis for diversification. It's very similar, except that the Japanese, they put it much higher value on that. And also one remark to Christina. But Christina, your second slide is very dominated by male ideology, because you put as the fisherman and the consumer a woman. I took the image for the answer. You know that I am in the room, so you should avoid to do that.
All right. That's a very good point. Thanks for the comment. Okay, I think that should be it for now, unless anyone else. No question from the audience online? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay. So we would take a short break, about 20 minutes. So let's reconvene local time, 11:30.
We have a coffee place downstairs at the cafeteria of in a small place at the
Just follow Jose.
follow me and you
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm getting signal, right, in order to know what to do. We on live again. So welcome back, everyone in this room, and also those who are joining us online. So the second set now of the presentations, the first part anyway, would be about Canary Islands. So I know you have been waiting to hear about that. So we would get the first presentation by Jose. Now, Jose, go ahead, Jose, please put your presentation. So Jose is another founding member of TBTI and has been leading the work in Europe, especially on market with Christina and others. But there's a lot of work that Jose and I and Sven and many others have been working on in Canary Island, actually looking at marine protected areas and other topics. This time we're going to be hearing again about a very important initiative that Jose initiated and has been very successful. So I'd like to invite Jose to make the presentation about the market and scrap the word struggles and opportunities and challenges. Okay, Jose, go ahead, please.
Good morning again. Well, I will try to summarize a practical experience that we have been developing with the small-scale fisher organization in the Canary Islands to improve the marketing of the local products. Here we are, for those who are online. We are very, very close to the northwest of Africa. Fishers from the Canary Islands has been fishing in the African coast from 5 centuries at least, and they have abandoned those waters because of the new rules of the governing of the sea. Most of the small-scale fisheries in the island are small scale. We have something like 700 boats, 1,500 fishers. Those numbers have been strongly reduced in the last decades after abandoning the fisheries in the African coast. The commercialization of the remaining boats has been focused mostly on fresh marketing related to, in many cases, to restaurants, and also to the catches of tuna. That has been a very relevant catch for the Canarian fisheries. And we can say that in the last few years, the fisheries sector is under stress because the low catches of small pelagic and the low catches of tuna. This year, the season for the catching bluefin tuna opened 2 months ago, and 2 days ago was the first catches of some bluefin tuna in the Canary Islands. So that's extremely problematic. And at the same time, the consumer preferences have shifted in the last year. Canary Islands has a very high consumption of frozen fish and very low consumption of fresh fish, as we will see later. And there is no local products in the frozen seafood market. There is nothing that has been processed properly in the Canary Islands and located in those markets. And the traditional fish processing has disappeared because the fisher organization do not have the infrastructure to put that into the market. So this is an analysis of the fresh consumption of fish in Spain by region, and Canary Islands is perhaps the lowest. We have some regions like Madrid that are not surrounded by sea at all. The sea is very far from the city, and they have much higher consumption than the Canary Islands, the double of fresh fish, and this makes us think that if the local fisheries only try to enter into this market of the fresh fish, they are in trouble, and there are many opportunities for entering in other markets. We have been exporting tuna for more than 200 years. We have been good at exporting tuna, but we have not been good in developing a a local market for these catches, and this is something that we need to develop. We have been working on the analysis of the market for more than 10 years in the Canary Islands. Now we have been working on the fisheries for many more years, but only after 2013 we began to work on the market, because that was the demand of the fishers. We were working on the strategy of the local fisheries action groups, and most of them told us that the market was the main issue for them, the thing that worried them the most. And we think that we need to rethink the marketing strategies of the main catches, especially of tuna. 85% of the tuna is exported currently, and this is a shortcoming of our markets. Issues in this area. Fisher organizations in most cases are not a salient actor in the market. Only a few cooperatives or few organizations take a role in marketing the fish, and this is problematic simply because for the fishers, they are under the rule of the middlemen of the restaurant who can put the price. Prices for fish are much lower in the Canary Islands than in most of the mainland, and this is related to how the market works. At the same time, we have issues related to the governing system. We have issues related to the subsidies for export, for transportation that we have, while we don't have no subsidies for investment in the local processing of the catches. Some of the arenas, some of the opportunities of the common fisheries policy are not taking advantage for the development of this processing infrastructure in the island, and there are very few processing rooms that work with local seafood. There is a demand for that. There is a very clear demand of that, because the origin is, as Cristina commented, is one of the issues that the consumers demand. They want local seafood. They want local fish, and they cannot get it in most cases, but because they want to go to the supermarket and look for frozen fish, there is nothing from the Canary Islands, nothing at all. And also, of course, enhancing the level of processing, this could also result in the reuse of the waste from this processing for other activities, like producing fish meal or fish oil for the aquaculture. This is one of the few cases of processing rooms that we have in the Canary Island, Inver Pescatron. It's a small processing room in Lanzarote that has been working with seafood from Lanzarote and Fuerteventura. And he was originally a fisher who began to market his fish, and then began to market not only his fish, but also from his colleagues and the community, and then other communities, and develop an enterprise that is now marketing a large amount of fish in Lanzarote, in Fuerteventura. And began with cold rooms in his home, and now have a medium-sized or big enterprise working on this. And he got support from European funding to build this infrastructure, and now sells to many hotels in Fuerteventura and Lanzarote. So he has got to put the local seafood into arenas that previously were completely absent. In Tenerife, there are almost nothing from local seafood in hotels. In this context, we were working with the different fisher organizations to check what opportunities could be there, could be open to enhance the local marketing. And we found that one issue that motivated the fisher organization was to introduce their products with the schools. It's an arena where foreign fish had a strong role for a long time, and sometimes not good quality fish, and they were really interested to enter in this arena. In the Canary Islands, we have a large number of schools that have direct control of the canteens, so they can choose where to buy their products. And we found that they were, most of them, interested in engaging with the local producers. We brought a bunch of school cooks and managers of the school, the head of the school, to Isla Tuna, one of the fisher organizations in Tenerife that has been marketing the local tuna to the mainland. They have a small processing room, and they began to process for the schools since 2018. We bring the school cooks and managers to Isla Tuna to check to have a view of the enterprise, to look for the processing of the fish, to check the infrastructure for this deep frozen that were developed by Isla Tuna. And we began a pilot that has provided to a dozen of schools in Tenerife with different tuna loins for a few years. We began distributing the loins fresh, and we discovered that the deep freezing was a much better alternative for the logistics and for the distribution of the activities. We also try to distribute a small pelagic, but we have been in trouble in the last years because a small pelagic have almost disappeared from Tenerife. And with the small pelagic, the catches of the tuna in Tenerife have also diminished a lot in the last year. So we are in trouble related to the production. Evidently, trying to market this local product instead of sending by plane to the mainland or to foreign markets is much more ecological, because you don't need to transport the fish by plane with CO2 impact that is involved. Our image is try to develop these processing facilities in each of the islands. In the bigger islands, we might think in several processing facilities because the demand is there. Demand is huge. And what we need to do is try to transform some of this demand into actual products and comply with the desires of the consumers. For that reason, we have been lately working with a lot of processing companies that we had never worked with them, and that are some of them shifting also their focus. For instance, one aquaculture company in Tenerife was previously sending all the fish to the mainland, and now they only send to the mainland 10% of their products, and try to use their products only in the local markets. And this shift it can create synergies, not only with aquaculture but also with fisheries, trying to combine the potential for processing of this enterprise for also the small-scale fisheries. So in this sense, the interaction between different actors, in this case these enterprises, might create new societal opportunities, might create opportunities that involve different actors to intervene in the market and use better the local resources. And the demonstration effect of the pilot is very relevant, because a lot of fish organizations and some of the enterprise are interested to collaborate in this initiative that involves using better the local resources. The problem is that we have issues with the resource as it is now. Some old fishers think that we have had similar scenarios many years ago,
But who knows? With this climate change and all the transformation of the ecosystem, we are not sure what is going to happen with the small pelagic and the tuna in the coming years. I hope everything come back to normality, but is something to think about. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful, Jose. So what do you do when you have local demands or even like from the mainland, but you still have to face changes in regulation that might create a situation that makes it difficult for fishers to engage and, properly in the fisheries? That's what we're going to go next to the presentation by Jaime. This is about the legal mismatch and the way things are evolving as we speak. So Jaime, go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning. The problem to address in this presentation is that too often small-scale fisheries are managed with regulations conceived for larger-scale operations, or that do not fit with the real needs of the artisanal fishers, resulting in legal mismatches with negative impacts for these individuals. Okay, I think we are all already well positioned in Tenerife. This is a case study from Tenerife, and I'm going to start talking about legal pluralism, and understood as the existence of different laws, of different legal orders. Therefore, it diverges from legal centralism. So it highlights the existence of competing orders, sometimes contradictory to state law. So sometimes the law of the state is not the same than the law of the community. For example, in this picture here, we can see 3 anglers. They are retired. They are fishing out the pier of one of the cofradías of the North Shore, and they are recreational fishers. Therefore, legally, they cannot sell their catches. It's forbidden by law. But under some circumstances that we will see, it's considered legitimate by even the commercial fishers of the community. So legal pluralism examines how social groups conceive legal systems, social relationships, and methods of determining truth and justice. As Professor Yentov states, and he already said in his presentation, to understand and promote the governability of a system, it is necessary to pay attention to this legal pluralism, analyzing the various normative orders that operate, their connections and interactions. Therefore, legal pluralism poses an enormous challenge for governability. Here we can see some parrotfish that are the main demersal catches of some of the gills. So probably if you find them in the local restaurants, you could be almost certain that they are local. Whereas with other species, it's not that easy. Okay, here we have an excellent example of these legal mismatches. This is the community control system, a European regulation that is therefore mandatory in all the European territory. Okay, it considers the acquisition of the 30 kilos, now with the new amendment 10 kilos, for private consumption. So, for example, in France, they have transposed the regulation almost directly to their national normative, and small-scale commercial fishers can sell their product directly in the harbor to anybody passing through, a tourist or whoever. In Italy, they transposed the regulation in the same way, but what happens in Spain? In Spain, like in Portugal, like Cristina said, the auction system works. Therefore, fishers land their catches in the auction, and it's the auction itself the one responsible for selling the product. Therefore, direct sales hasn't been an issue to be addressed, apart from a couple of authorizations in Catalonia. But what happens in Canarias? Well, what happens in Canarias? In Canarias, there are no auctions, so fishers themselves land their catches and are responsible for all the commercialization process, something that has been traditionally done by women of these cofradías. Here we can see a picture of the 80s that Jose took in one of those guilds, and we can see the woman selling, in this case, parrot fish again. It's something that it's not maintained in all the guilds anymore. And they were selling their product directly to customers, even in the harbor, and more recently to restaurants. What happens that the regional government of Canarias hasn't addressed and hasn't regulated direct sales, so it's not allowed, unless you create a specific company for retail sale with the cost and expenses involved. Something that goes against the traditional pattern of commercialization that has been developed in the island for ages. So some of the interactions in the system to be governed here in Canarias, the market structure, it's more or less following the same tendencies than Cristina already highlighted. Supermarkets are everywhere, offering products from everywhere at very competitive prices. Imports are flooding the markets. And it's interesting because, but here in Canarias, no taxes are paid for imported fish. And exports are subsidized. So the local market is not promoted whatsoever. So these legislations do not really match with what's going on in the field. Poachers, again, offering the same products cheaper, and at the same time they have fewer potential customers. The number and activities of fish shops has been reduced dramatically, the number of resellers as well, and if we add the ban on sales to final consumers, restaurants are almost the only customer. Which have a huge negotiation power, which has led to a price stagnation. These fishers have been selling their product for 10 euros since 2001, while at the same time the activity prices have been rising, like imagine diesel, gear for materials for gear. So if we add competitors increasing pressure, fewer potential customers, fish prices stagnant and activity prices rising, we could say that the perception of the legal commercial activity could be as not that profitable, which could lead to abandonment and eventually to poaching. So this market structure has created a shortage of sustainable local fishery products in coastal communities, and these consumers have to opt to either travel to one of the few remaining fish shops in the distant urban areas, which are more expensive, or to buy it in their communities, as they have always done. But now to small-scale commercial fishers selling their products now unlawfully, or to poachers. In both cases, promoting black market with all the negative consequences it has. So are legal the instrument adequate? We have seen that they are not adequate to the reality of the territory. And for example, in this picture we can see two small-scale commercial fishers descending or trying to descend from their boat, which is pending from a crane. In this guild, they have been claiming a dike for safety and for being able to go out more days per year for 30 years. But due to, it has been political will, several administrations wanted to construct it, there was a budget allocated, a bid was launched, but due to bureaucratic and legal problems, still it's the same and the dike hasn't been constructed. So facing this scenario, we undertook field work with poachers and small-scale commercial fishers and members of the community in some communities, mainly in the North Shore. And in all of them, they highlight that poaching has expanded in their territories. And this is something very interesting. The concept of poacher. Who would you say that is a poacher? maybe for an inspector or a police would say that a poacher is somebody fishing without a license or somebody fishing in a forbidden area. But what do small-scale commercial fishers conceive as a poacher? So it's somebody that extracts fishery products and sell the products. So the legality of the action has no transcendence for the conceptualization of being a poacher. I can be fishing without a license in a forbidden area with a forbidden gear, but if it's for my own consumption, as long as I'm not selling it, I'm not considered a poacher. I'm just fishing. They have highlighted the existence of conflicts between professional, small-scale commercial fishers and poachers, and even within the group of poachers, of professionals themselves, because the links within both groups are too close that the conception of how to tackle the poaching problem is not the same for all of them. They have reckoned both professionals and poachers a dozen of individuals undertaking the activity illegally, and this is something interesting as well that we were talking in the beginning. Small-scale commercial fishers have tolerance to a certain kind of poacher, that are those extracting low amounts of product and with need as a driver, and that don't interfere with the commercial nor with the extractive activity of the poachers. And some of the reasons of why they tolerate this kind of poachers is because it promotes social peace. If these individuals can sell a few kilos of fish, they wouldn't commit worse crimes such as robberies or such as drug trafficking. And they are promoting the common good because they are protecting the less favored people of the communities and their social networks. So, even though in some of these communities studies have revealed that the number of boats and artisanal fishers have descended, if we take into account the number of individuals that are fishing illegally, we could conclude that the real link of the population with the sea is not lower, but it has been marginalized. And artisanal fishers have not decreased, but are marginalized. And one of the reasons is these regulations that don't fit their needs, nor the reality of the territory and the tradition of the inhabitants. So we can see that there are actions that are considered illegal by law, but they are considered legitimate by the population. Is this a case of social blue justice administered by the young community to ensure an equitable access to the resources and to protect the most disadvantaged? It's a clear case of legal pluralism, something that has been acknowledged in the interactive governance theory since the beginning, for example, proposing inclusiveness as a way forward. And we can see that these illegal activities are part of an informal governance system that is considered legitimate by the local inhabitants because it helps secure their day-to-day needs. So although illegal and informal, they are aligned with the voluntary guideline principles that Svein was talking before. So what should be done is to synchronize the legal arrangements in the second order with the values of the meta order, those of the voluntary guidelines, etc., and with the real interactions going on in the day-to-day interactions among the communities. So, thank you very much.
That's great, Jaime. Good to see how we can really bring a theory like interactive governance to analyze what's going on in this very complex system. Jose? So we're gonna go to the next presentation, and again, Raquel is somebody who has been working closely with us for many years, and on various topics, from marine conservation to this time, it's a really interesting study on human and wildlife interaction. So I'm hearing a lot about it, but now I'm gonna get to see the presentation for the first time. So I look forward to that. So go ahead, Raquel.
Okay, so thanks. And well, as Rotana said, after 20 years, I have been working in very different fields and very issues related with small-scale fisheries. But for some reason that still I am not very sure, during the last 7 years, I have been very close to marine biologists. In fact, there are some of them here. So, but there are two marine biologists with which I have been working more closely during the last 3 years. Alicia and Claudia, who are my two PhD students. They both are matriculating in the doctorate of marine biology here in the University of La Laguna. And we have been collaborating, trying to understand how human and wildlife interactions are in the Canary Islands. Alicia is much more interested in general, in different aspects of these human and wildlife marine interactions, considering not only small-scale fisheries, but also, for example, shipping and also wild farms. And in the case of Claudia, she's specialized in sea turtles. And I don't know if you know that Canary Islands is a super hot spot for megafauna. And we have a very, very smart shore. So we have a lot of interactions, and we are living our house, which is our island, and our sea is full of many entities, full of animals, full of activities, and many people. So we are trying to improve this kind of relations and also try to discover why in Tenerife we have so many sea turtle stranding levels. It's horrible considering other parts and other islands of the Macaronesia region. So we start working with these two projects. I have to mention that also Marta, which is in the room, also she collaborated with us in the Interespecies project. And okay, and also we had the funding of our government, but also the Grupo de Acción Costera, the flag of Tenerife. So, as I say, we are in a super hotspot in the middle of the ocean. We are volcanic island, oceanic island. It means that a part of fisheries, there are many animals inhabiting with us. Specifically, more than 32 cetacean species has been studied in the Canary Island, and we have resident population, and also we have a population that passed. For example, the other day we saw orcas, killer whales, in the south of Tenerife, which is not very common. But at the same time, we have 6 of the 7 sea turtles that has been described in the world living. And in fact, there are 2 species that pass many time of their lives here in Tenerife. At the same time, we have in the archipelago more than 86 elasmobranch species. They're a very, very nice project carried on here many years ago about the value of that species. So we are really worried about how we can manage all these encounters and how we can live together quite better. Well, the question is that this morning Svein started talking about experience. We have been talking about a lot of images. But at the same time I say, okay, we have many images about small-scale fisheries and about fishing activity in general that are crossed by prejudices. I pronounce well the word prejudices. It's okay. Excuse me? Prejudice, prejuicio in Spanish. So, but prejudices I believe, in a Kantian way, like assumptions that we have before the experience. Assumptions that sometimes are supported by material realities. Okay, we have a sea turtle stranded by a hook. Yes, I can think that fishing activity has been involved in this stranding, but it doesn't mean that small-scale fisheries is involved. So, sometimes when we are talking about manage marine protected areas, or when we are talking about to manage human and wildlife interactions, we have to pay attention about what are talking about for human? What are talking about? What the meaning of fishing? What kind of hooks are we talking about? So this is something that we try to do with Alicia, Marta, and also Claudia. So our research objectives during these 3 or 4 years that we start to do this work was to characterize interactions between marine megafauna and the local fisheries here in the Canary Islands, explore these interactions across all fishing techniques, also considering large-scale fisheries, not only small-scale fisheries, to improve our understanding of sea turtle stranding related with fishing gears here in Tenerife, which is we have a very huge problem, and also illustrate fisher needs. Because many times, for example, if a dolphin arrives to a beach with a hook, or if a turtle arrives on a beach with a hook, everybody say, "Oh, it's fishing. This is because the fishing activity and fishing activity is so bad." No, wait. We have to pay attention, and we have to know exactly what are we talking about. We are talking about small-scale fisheries. We are talking about one fishing technique. In particularly, we are talking about recreational fisheries, what we are talking about, and what we need to manage better, and which kind of support small-scale fishers need. Because past year in Chipre, we have a very, very nice meeting, and we were talking about cetaceans and fisheries conflicts and things like that. And for example, many countries has many supports and financial supporting for small-scale fishers when they are affected by the lionfish, by the in England I remember fishers and cetaceans, but here in Spain we have nothing. Why? Because fishers are always liars. Fishers are always suspected to be, how do you say in English, vagos? Vagos. Lazy people that don't want to work and only want to catch the money. So how we can believe in the fishers? So in Spain, we have this kind, for example, of supports when they suffer a loss. They, for example, in land, when we have these problems with the primary sectors, we have these financial supports, but not in the sea, and not in the sea comparing with other countries. So anyway, both studies, the studies that we performed with Alicia and Marta and the study that we performed with Claudia, were mainly based on fishers' knowledge and experience, as we were talking this morning. And we employ interviews with different questionnaires and fish, trying to understand the experience with different animals in the day-to-day fishing. Trying to understand the general marine wildlife and fisheries interactions across the archipelago. There were, my colleagues carry on 232 interviews across 31 cofradías in the 8 islands, and trying to analyze specifically the interactions between the small-scale fisheries and the sea turtle stranded. We also performed 76 interviews here in the Canary Islands, and also we have been collaborating during 3 years with our Wildlife Recovery Center here in Tenerife, trying to understand, analyzing in deep the real stranded data causes and years that the turtle has when they arrive to the beach death. So, more or less what we found. Well, in the first case, Marta, I don't know if you didn't see this graphical abstract, it's very nice. We are still finishing. Okay, in the first study, okay, we have to understand that, of course, we are in a very complex and diverse context with many, many interactions occurring every day, but it doesn't mean that the animals are hurt. It doesn't mean always that all fishing gears are equally impacting on the wildlife. And the most important is that we found synergies between animals and small-scale fisheries related with the collaboration. The presence of the megafauna is very important, for example, to find many times the catches, the potential catches. But of course, we also found that sometimes, yes, the animals prey or damage the gears or the baits, or even we have some incidental captures. But depending of the type of the fishery and the fleet, this kind of incidental captures change. At the end of the day, we also asked to the small-scale fishers and the large-scale fishers involved in this study which kind of mitigation measures they were employing, and many of them just move away and change the area for fishing. Where we found the most impacting effects or the most interactions, mainly in boats, in large-scale boats or boats larger than 12 meters and specialized in tuna fisheries. This is the most, and this is the scientific literature support this conclusion, is where in large tuna fisheries activity is where more interactions in between megafauna and fishing occur, but not in the small scale. From the total of respondents, you see we have very difference in between the small-scale fishers and the large-scale fishing activity. The majority of respondents report that at least one prion or gear damage interaction suffered. And in the small-scale fisheries, the most common interaction taxa was with sharks. This is something that Alicia is quite worried because she believes that we're really going deep. As we went in deep with the sea turtle stranded, Alicia, my colleague, is my PhD student, is also very worried about that. We need more science, we need more experience, we need more knowledge before to talk about, how do you say in Spain? We say con fundamento, but I don't know how do you say in English. And at the same time, the highest estimated economic losses, up to 2,000 euros per interaction, were also associated with cetaceans in tuna fishery years. So about the sea turtles specific analysis that we performed with Claudia, we finally analyzed 965 freely-built stranded sea turtle cases for the past 22 years in Tenerife. And we detected that the highest number of strandies were for these two species. We say tortuga verde y tortuga boba, careta careta and Chelonia midas. But the main causes of this stranded were very different. In one case, in the case of the careta careta, the main reason for the stranding was nets that are not used by the small-scale fisher in Tenerife. So small-scale fishers are not guilty about that. And the second one, for the Chelonia midas, we found that the main cause of the stranded were hooks. And we analyzed the hooks, and these hooks are not also from our fleet. So the fishing gears come from other fleets larger than the island artisanal fleet, and the sea turtle strandings are mainly influenced by the surface long lines from other island. We have the suspect that maybe the Madeira fleet can be involved. I'm sorry. And also some boats that every year comes from the Iberian Peninsula. And we know that boats use long lines, and when they are in the Mediterranean area, they are supervised, but when they come to the Canary Islands, we don't know what they are doing in our waters. So nothing related with our fleet. But everybody say that our fleet is horrible and fishers are so bad and so blah, 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 blah. Okay, so finishing, frequent and diverse interaction between fishing activities, of course, and cetaceans, elasmobranchs, and sea turtles suggests a substantial habitat overlap here in the Canary Islands. As I say, we are a very hot spot. This is inevitable, but we need to manage it better. And there are some interactions that benefit fishing, of course, and the fishing activity. There are others that pose some challenges for the animal conservation. For example, the elasmobranch, many of those are in the red list of the what do you say? Well, you say. And notably, there are many protected and threatened species. So we recommend case-specific study for cetaceans, of course, but also with elasmobranch. We are continuous studying and trying to go in on what happened with the turtles. And anyway, we need the collaboration between fishers, researchers, and policymakers. The knowledge and experience of the small-scale fishers is essential for anything that we want to manage. And at the end of the day, if you don't care and if you don't like the people that you have to manage, please just remove away. We cannot continue trying to manage small-scale fisheries with prejudices. We cannot continue to try to manage these interactions, consider that the fishers are the bad guys of the film. So fishers possess a very valuable and extensive knowledge. Without their knowledge and experience, these two projects were impossible to complete. And we can to contribute, of course, effective and commercially viable solutions to mitigate these interactions that we are already suffering. So thank you. Wow. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great to see. And, this kind of study that help understand better, right? Interaction, what's going on, and the prejudice that people have against small-scale fisheries that can be, that need to be discussed. Can I invite Raquel, Jaime, and eventually Jose to help, to join the conversation a little bit? It's 0, where did it go? Doesn't matter. Okay, let's. Yeah, if you leave your glasses behind. Okay, so Jose, that's okay. Let's spend a few minutes on this set of presentations. If you lose your glasses, please come forward. Okay, otherwise we are okay. Great. Okay. We just need a background for this, just so that our presenters can. Okay, right. So, lots of conversation that we had just now, especially about. Actually, you didn't use that word, but I think we're talking about food security. When we're trying to supply food to the market, to the school kids, and also to the local communities, we also have a. Conversation about how fishers are perceived, right? When they trying to feed the local community, is it legal or not illegal? And then, the way fishers interact with wildlife, and you can imagine that environmental organizations may be very concerned about what's happening to the marine mammals in particular, and then might blame immediately without knowing to small-scale fisheries. So this kind of study is very important. So thank you for that. We have comments and questions. Go ahead, Drazen, please. Make sure you have the microphone in order to speak.
Hi, thank you. Very, very interesting, all three presentations. I have a question for Jaime. So you said that the fishers very often cannot negotiate on the same level as restaurants and buyers. But why don't they sell through cofradías or through some other market integration mechanisms where they can negotiate not one-to-one but as a group and then get better prices? Doesn't that work? And for Jose, just a small question. So you mentioned that the schools and other organizations are interested for small pelagics. When I talked about it in Croatia, they said no, but it's not possible because the kids cannot eat small fishes. They are not concerned about that, or can it work? Thank you.
Okay, Jaime, go ahead.
Yeah, it would be the ideal situation to enhance producers' organizations and sales through cofradías, but the collective action is not that strong among all that kind of organizations, and usually they have been used to sell their products by themselves. They can sell it pretty easily because they are not big amounts, and the restaurants want that fish. It's their main product. So if they can do it without depending on others, and in some small communities they have some problems with each other, so probably sometimes it's a matter of individualism and doing more with maybe the moral sphere than the economic one.
Mm-hmm. Jose?
Well, this is a mixed scenario. But the fact is that in some schools, they have trained the kids to eat small pelagic, and they are looking for it strongly because they love it. So it's possible to use a small pelagic for the kids. I can show you wonderful photos of small kids eating a small pelagic, and so happy with that. So it's feasible. The main problem is to train the people who take care of the school canteens, and especially the people who are with the kids when they are eating. This is the main issue. You need to train them, and you need to convince them that it's possible, it's feasible, and it's good for the kids. And that's the main issue.
Yep, very good for the kids. Just don't get stuck with the little bones. Okay, we have other question, and Jaime is not checking the. Okay, please, Sven.
Yeah, these were three very interesting studies as presentations, as Drazen said, and I must also say that the presentation we had before we had the break was equally interesting. So I just want to comment what Jose has been working on for a long time, because I'm realizing how important this work is. Not just for the Canaries, but there is so much, general lessons that can be drawn from all these case studies. But to take Jose's work on markets, developing markets, etc., the SDG 14B talks about secure access to markets. Which is important. They need, small-scale fishers need secure access. But the next question then follows. What are you going to do when you have secure access? What is the next move? Maybe we should think like a football coach. And here comes my analogy. Any football coach knows that you cannot just play defense, which is what secure access or tenure rights is about. If you have a strong defense, you can be sure, or you can never be sure in football, but you can hope that you will not lose, but you will never win. Because football, when you play football and you're a football coach, you may be equally interested in what you do with the ball once you have it. You have to have a strategy for sort of the attack. The analogy here is that once you have the secure access to markets, you have that's defense, but you have to have an offense as well. You have to strategy how to benefit and exploit it in a way that benefits small-scale fisheries, and that is what the project here is all about. It's about how to play offense for small-scale fisheries, and not just defense. We talk about the rights all the time, and that is important. But once you have this right, what do you do? And that is why we need to think about what do you do throughout the value chain.
Okay.
I'm also reminded about this book that I read when I was young by this American political scientist called Robert Adal. The book is called After the Revolution. Mm-hmm. And he makes the observation that revolutionary movements have theories and strong ideas how to win the revolution. But they have no idea, they have no clue how to govern after they have won the revolution. And that's why they often fail.
Okay.
So it is that we need to sort of, in small-scale fisheries research and the kind of arguments we make, we need to, now that we have the small-scale fisheries guidelines and there is strong acceptance as to the importance of the human rights and tenure rights, etc., we have to shift our attention to the value chain and what is happening, in order to make the best use of the access to the markets. And in some instances, as you have here, it's not just about having access to an established market. You have to develop the market.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
this is important.
Yeah.
I think, for the kind of work we do.
Yeah, SDG 14B is also about securing access actually to resource and market for small-scale fisheries. So I'm going to invite Raquel to speak on that first in terms of, when you have the situation where fishers interact with, marine mammals, how do you secure access, to resource for small-scale fisheries? Jaime, same thing, because you actually are dealing with, how to make sure that fishers can access the resource, whether it's under the legal or, illegal system, and then you can speak on the market a little bit. So play offense.
Okay. Well, in the case of these projects that we are still performing, the question is try to identify, firstly, where the impacts are really, which fleets are really involved in that effects, and which kind of fisheries are also involved. Fishing activity is over-regulated, as Jaime showed us. All steps of the fishing activity is super regulated, and I don't know why. We still have the image about open access and this blah blah. So that, in my case, my opinion, I think that a good strategy is trying to do our best research in small-scale fisheries. This is the first, not general assumptions. No, please, science. And after that, ask for better policies for the better and most sustainable fishing activities. But this is something that we also talk about when we talk about fisheries and marine protected areas and blah, blah. But I don't know why we never do that. Mm-hmm. And why still the small-scale fishing activity, when we have a challenge, is still regulated using the typical solutions that are planned. And think from the large-scale fishing activity perspective. So I think that this could be a strategy. Okay. I hope so.
Thank you. Jaime?
Yes, the commercial activities that are deploying the small-scale fisheries are pretty traditional, and they are not that adapted to the new requirements of a globalized market. Not for the formats, the distribution, promotion means. For large-scale industries, for example, with the red tuna fisheries, if you see all the new marketing strategies of and production strategies, because they are doing crazy international engineering to develop new strategies to sell new products, and it's something that the small-scale fisheries with all these gradients of the workers and the not renewable of the fleets, it's more difficult to adapt to new strategies than if you have young people in those organizations.
Okay, Jose.
Thank you. Well, when you were talking about defense and attack, I was thinking in the definition of governance by Jan Koyman that we used more than 20 years ago in the book Fish for Life. The governance is related to solving societal problems and creating opportunities. That's the defense and the attack. Creating societal opportunities is a very relevant item. And it's something that the social scientists need to be involved. Not only look into the problems that are very relevant, of course, but try to develop strategies to not only solve the problems but create opportunities to go farther than the actual problem. And that there is where the marketing is inserted. If you don't address somehow the market and do not take the opportunities that the market provides to improve the small-scale fishery activity, you are going to be in trouble, in deep trouble.
So for the
We make a point of that in the book.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much. This is great. I'm going to bring us now to the other side of the Atlantic. We have another presentation on the country, which is about Canada. So this is going to be by Evan Andrews, who is leading or coordinating TBTI Canada for the TBTI Global. So Evan's going to present about what's happening in Canada when it comes to small-scale fisheries, and then I'll come back and trying to make the connection with everyone. So go ahead, please.
Actually, this wild start provided by you, Svein, positions me well for what I'm going to say today. And, you know, I'm involved a lot with sports. It's not just defense and attack. It's attack and counterattack. And this is what I'm going to do today. Today I'm going to make a case for why we should care for small-scale fisheries in Canada and also do something for them. My talk is not so much about thinking big about small-scale fisheries in Canada, but about thinking big about small-scale fisheries for Canada. And I think it's going to tie together a few of the themes that we've heard so far and maybe get us thinking about small-scale fisheries, not just for really important transactional reasons like food or livelihoods, but for something more fundamental, which is small-scale fisheries as solutions for democracy and sovereignty and collective identity. Let me see how to work this one. There we go. Canada has the largest coastline in the world, with really distinct features associated with the Pacific, Atlantic, and Arctic coasts. Living on these coasts are 14.9% of Canada's population, residing in communities like the smallest one we have, Tilt Cove in Newfoundland, which has like 5 people or something, all the way up to Vancouver, which is 2.7 million people. Unfortunately, many of the smaller coastal communities have declined in conjunction with declining small-scale fisheries, such as in places like Newfoundland and Labrador, where I'm based, where there are 400 such communities, or in the privatization of fisheries on the Pacific coast through ITQ systems, where big countries own the means of production and foreign owners can buy in, or in the Arctic, where the presence of life and harvesting has been one of 2 political footballs about sovereignty along with shipping, as I'm not the only one that can make a football reference. Sometimes we think of Canada as having 4 coasts, which includes the Great Lakes system, some of which are shared with the United States. The coverage area total across all 5 Great Lakes is one of the largest in the world, with a 1/5 of total fresh water supply in the world, which is probably why Trump wants them so badly. And it will be a challenge to take them, or more challenging to take them, when there are recognizable, visible, and supported Canadian small-scale fisheries with strong involvement of many generations along the local value chains in Canada. Conventional responses to securing the coast and coastal communities are twofold: closing access to resources in order to save them for future generations. But from a perspective of sovereignty and identity and geopolitics, absence is weakness. While the second option is about developing those areas, such as in a blue economy. But who is developing? When we think about developing, for example, with aquaculture, those are foreign companies, which means you're losing sovereignty already. You just don't know it. If Canada is going to succeed, revitalized coastal communities are the future. If vibrant coastal communities are key to the future of Canada, then so too are small-scale fisheries, as they were before. If they are key, then we need to think big about small-scale fisheries, not only in Canada, but for Canada. This takes me to our ebook, Thinking Big at this time about small-scale fisheries in Canada,
which is a wonderful book Christine Knott and I put together with contributions from 65 authors, from many of which are some of our most famous fisheries scientists in Canada, but also people from the federal government. One entire community participated, independent authors. It's a wonderful process. And I've been thinking about what exactly did we do here? Since it's not an exhaustive and comprehensive survey, it was of Canadian fisheries, it was a come to play if you want to play kind of situations, which is fun about ebooks. And I think what we did is first of all, start to identify what small-scale fisheries might even look like in Canada. And how are they doing? And finally, where do we go from here? We can see from the 25 chapters that there is a mosaic, an emerging mosaic of small-scale fisheries. You can think of, in Canada, there'd be more kind of classic images. The inshore commercial fisheries on the Atlantic Canada with special protections like protecting owner-operator fisheries. You have independent harvesters on the Pacific fighting against privatization. Inland commercial fisheries, stewardship, so fisheries predominantly about food. Community-supported fisheries systems. Treaty fisheries, so these are fisheries and fishing access protected in Canada's Constitution for Indigenous people for both commercial and also food, social, and ceremonial purposes. So the diversity of small-scale fisheries in Canada is not just about kind of what they look like, what they do, and where you can find them. It's also how they came to be and the governance system and the governing groups that are involved with them. Some have, as I mentioned, treaty rights, constitutionally protected rights. Others have policy protections like owner-operator rules that are based in our federal legislation. The challenge is those fisheries fish in the same area. There are also conflicts taking place in the Great Lakes. And we learned, Ratana and I were in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. We learned a lot more about access challenges for small-scale independent fish harvesters on the Pacific coast. And that's just thinking about governance from a perspective of fisheries as fishing. But if we take into consideration some of the things said here about the local value chain and the relationships to coastal communities, the governability challenge about diverse, complex governance system is much bigger when we start to incorporate those actor groups and start to look at them. So this ebook was a starting point for thinking about where to go for TBTI Canada, and we start to really imagine what we can do as a network. And a lot of the conversations are taking place in Atlantic Canada and now spreading across Canada slowly. And this book told us about three things to do. The first is to get talking about small-scale fisheries, which is something that we've been doing, hosting many events and dialogues and interactions and engagements. The second is about capacity building. So this is TD capacity building, starting to think differently about who should be involved in discussions about fisheries and oceans and coasts, and how institutions, academic and governmental and many others, need some support in trying to be able to participate and have access to conversations about futures. And then starting from a different place to look at governance instead of the sectoral, siloed ways of governing that predominate Canadian small-scale fisheries. That's basically Ratana and I and other people in Canada having many, many conversations, trying to create some dedicated time to have the kind of dialogue that we need to with youth, with community members, with Indigenous peoples, with other small-scale fisheries researchers, with people from the government, and trying to make connections among them. And along the way, identifying a range of people who might be interested in playing. This is another sport metaphor, starting to figure out who the starting lineup is going to be in Canada. And working on transdisciplinarity, dedicated TD, through our own institutions, thinking about training, thinking about conversations, and we have some big things coming this summer, which I will be excited to share with you about, perhaps over dinner. And another thing I've been doing is trying to take a look back at some of these conversations in conjunction with the ebook to try to identify what exactly would be the five key issues for small-scale fisheries in Canada. And you can see they connect to some of the main issues that we've heard already today. Vulnerable coasts and disempowered communities, especially those that are small. In Canada, this is from out-migration, people and youth leaving these communities for the center. And institution like universities often not being well positioned to do something about it. Climate change, weakening coastal communities and their well-being. You have situations like lack of recognition and visibility, which in Canada vary across different types of fishing, access and recruitment problems along value chains, the limited youth involvement, tension and conflict, not only between large and small scale, which sometimes can be masked depending on how they're represented in governance, but also between cultures, and sometimes between the researchers who work with those people. And major diversity, complexity, and dynamics and scale contradictions, including contradictions among the spatial, temporal, management, and technological scales. I watched Barbara Neese describe Bombay research and how the fishermen's view of the system there really is fundamentally different than the regional approach of management. So what should we do? Again, being in Vancouver, I was reminded of two things. One, that when we talk about fisheries and oceans, we can't not also talk about what's happening in the world today. And Canada is in a very interesting position with its neighbor to the south. And two, remembering Evelyn Pinkerton and her work in TBTI, including about defending the beaches, which in Canada also includes the shorelines, from ocean and land grabbing. The second is, and this is also related to knowing small-scale fisheries versus large-scale fisheries, really figuring it out what they are in Canada and doing some empirical research. We need to focus also on the youth, taking a look at access and recruitment issues from youth perspectives. Jaime, you talked about legal pluralism. If we want coastal communities to be cohesive and to work, we also need to think about pluralism locally, where those pluralistic dimensions have special meaning, where people really need to work together in order to have self-governance or to be part of co-governance. And finally, to make governance more interactive. We have many groups, NGOs, small NGOs, communities, researchers, all of these people with separate and sometimes not well coordinated tactics. And we have to figure out how to facilitate conversation among them and across the barriers and silos that exist in governance. And I propose to you today that there's one focus that I'm really interested in, which is positioning young futures as a way to do that, as a way to look at all of these ways forward, to have youth-engaged, early-led, capacity-focused TD research for small-scale fisheries and coastal communities, shifting the way we think about access, recruitment, retention, governance, dealing with transformative beginnings, where the social contract with small-scale fisheries begins with new eyes, looking at governance, and really thinking about the future of small-scale fisheries research from youth perspectives. If small-scale fisheries is for Canadian people, then it ought to be for Canadian young people too. Thank you.
Maybe you can stay there. I'm gonna invite question for Evan now because the final presentation is kind of like a connection kind of a presentation. So anybody has any question for Evan about Canadian small-scale fisheries? Hi, May, where's the microphone?
Hello. Thank you, Evan. You were talking about subsistence fisheries. Could you tell us a bit more about what does imply if it's
In
because
Canada.
you've talked about recreational fishers, inshore, inland, and so.
Where can we find subsistence fishers? You can find them in the Arctic, predominantly, and these are for marine mammals harvesting. You can also find them in places on, if you kind of connect this subsistence fishing with recreational fishing, which, such as in the Atlantic, Canada, you can. And largely, you're going to find subsistence fishing from also indigenous Canadians. So you can find them inland and on the coast, but they're going to look different depending on where they are. And the governing system that enables subsistence fishing is also distinct between the four coastal regions.
Okay. So it's for own consumption, no? When you talk
Yes, but there needs to be some system of rights or regulation to enable it. It's not just going out and catching,
Sven, Jaime, could you pass the microphone to Sven?
Yeah, there is a connection between what you said and Drazen said about the young. In his case, he talked about how the older generation do everything they can to discourage their children from doing what they do. So, and you wonder, how they communicate about this. Does the old generation just tell how bad it is? Whatever you do, don't do like I do. This is not it's not about creating a future for the young, if that is the message. So I wonder if we should, study in more detail how generations communicate with each other about fisheries. There is so many, there's so much negativity, and the older generation do not convey what I think in many cases is the truth that small-scale fisheries actually providing them with a good life. There have qualities there that you don't find in any other profession, like being close to nature, the freedom, and all those things that are positive things. But instead, they talk about all the problems.
Okay, before you answer, can I get Christina, if you wanted to put your question in, and then we'll let you answer all, and then we're done with this one. Okay.
It's a question more as well as a comment. I really, really enjoyed your presentation. And I think it's also, you're talking about Canada, but I could see Portugal on that. I could see most of Europe on what you said. I think it's not very different between different locations. And bringing back to the issue that Sven was mentioning in the youth, I'm also very interested in this involvement of young people in fisheries, but also in the supply chain and the rest. And like Sven was mentioning, I think there's a certain bipolarity. People seem a bit bipolar. Most fishermen don't want their children to go into fisheries, and they say it so much, no. But when the children come back to fisheries and choose, they are so proud of it because it's the children's choice. So it's almost a bipolar. I don't want it. Oh, but you decided to be a fisher. I'm so proud of it. So it's kind of interesting because I think there is a future for younger people in fisheries. Probably not as many, but it's an interesting concept. But in the supply chain, maybe I'm very interested in seeing it always as a whole. I think it's nice even to stop talking about fisheries so much and talk about small-scale fishery supply chains in a way, because it involves the women and it involves a bunch of young people that are already there and are a bit invisible in reality.
Okay. So come, final.
Thank you for those comments. I think it's not only about the communication, which is interesting for good social science at the household unit. Youth also have eyes. and are looking at what is around them in the world. And it's not clear to me when we talk about youth. We say we need youth in the small-scale fishery, but we don't, or value chain, but we don't really know what their preferred image of that would be, thinking about Milena's work. That would be very interesting. Thinking about young futures is thinking about what it really means for them to have a future, especially in coastal communities where they might not see a ton of economic opportunity. And so if we really want young people, you know, in the boats and at the table, then we need to know what their image of that preferred image would be and really start to think about how to make it happen for them. We might not even have the language right about them. Maybe they want, I don't know, you know, some other cool way to talk about fisheries. I don't know. So there's a lot to do about thinking about these visions, but also the capacity building and the leadership. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank
Yeah,
you
thanks.
so much, Evan. Yeah, you definitely will be hearing more about young futures because that is a theme that we wanted to bring attention to based on a lot of the conversation here and what Evan just presented. It's not only in Canada, as you've seen, you know, recruitment retention issue, in Croatia and other places, same situation. We talk about, you know, would there be any fishers to continue to fish at the end if there is still fish to be fished, if there's still people to eat the food, right? So you can imagine that this is a very complex space that we are trying to navigate. The reason why we're bringing people together to talk about, you know, on one hand, it's about thinking about social science in a way that can help contribute to the understanding. And there's a lot of deep thinking, a lot of good theory, and, you know, some very, you know, very grounding approach to it. But then we also talking about emerging activities, and not a lot of us are doing that at the moment, but the bigger conversation is out there about what else is happening in the ocean and the water space, right? So we need to pay a bit of attention to that. And this is why it's kind of like what we are bringing people together to have what we call transdisciplinary dialogue, but it's also the connection that we need to make. And I just wanted to make a very small presentation just to make sure that we include it in terms of what we're doing today and also the rest of the week that we are here, but also continuing with the conversation that we'll be having as we move to, you know, to really think about visioning for small-scale fisheries, and also maybe by small-scale fisheries researchers, but also by small-scale coastal fisheries communities. Christina mentioned a little bit about blue transformation, and I just want to bring us back to the global conversation about this, right? We could be thinking very locally, or at least in our regional or in our national system, but there is also a global conversation about fisheries that might or might not be inclusive or making space for conversation about small-scale fisheries. So this was released early last year at the COFI meeting. This is a Committee on Fisheries meeting that is convened every 2 years by FAO. This is the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So the same member states that negotiate and talked about the small-scale fisheries guidelines are also kind of like, you know, endorsing this kind of message. So what is it that FAO set up as a roadmap to the end of this decade in terms of the aquatic food system? The first item is aquaculture. Okay, so we're talking about, of course, sustainable aquaculture, but the intensification and expansion to satisfy global demand for food, and with of course, equitable distribution of benefits. But when you look around in countries that produce fish from farm system, right? I mean, we just, learn a lot about it in Canada, where there's a lot of tension between large-scale production of fish and the smaller scale production of fish. When FAO released the SOFIA report, this the latest one last year. This is the state of the world fisheries and aquaculture. There's a major celebration about the fact that we are now producing 51% of fish from aquaculture. But of course, they also talk about small-scale inland water, freshwater system, not just a large-scale open cage farming. But that's a space that needs to be considered. If we talk about small-scale fisheries, where is an opportunity for small-scale fisheries in the blue transformation? The second aspect of that roadmap is about fisheries. As we learn, right, there's still a lot of challenges we have to deal with. If the legal system doesn't match the local reality, what do you do about that? It's very important that they recognize the need to secure equitable livelihoods. But there are small-scale fisheries, small-scale fishery organizations who may not be at the decision-making table when we talk about fisheries management. So that really is something that you broaden the concept and the thinking, looking more at the values and the knowledge and the visions and the images. That would change a lot about how we think about management of fisheries. And that conversation has not reached globally yet. So we need to do more. It's very prominent in the small-scale fisheries guidelines. The word governance is like every other page. And there was a very good conversation about why we need to talk about governance as opposed to management. But this is a good one for us. There's also a consideration of value chains, and we talk a lot about that in our conversation here. And I think that is really the space, a new open opportunity for us to contribute more, to think about, how to think about value chain in the way that works for small-scale fisheries. But if you're not careful about it, this is going to be a certification system, a labeling system, a reporting system that's not going to work for small-scale fisheries. So consider the complexity and the nature and the characteristics of small-scale fisheries as we think about value chain. Maybe it's not about upgrading. Maybe it's just about integrating small-scale fisheries and positioning small-scale fisheries better in the value chain. The kind of study that Christina and Jose and others are interested in. So keep that in mind. That is what they call blue transformation. What we would argue is from the small-scale fisheries perspective, and we would say that you really, we probably would go along. It's just the same as blue economy. It's not that we don't want small-scale fisheries to be part of it, but we want people to think about blue economy with the due consideration of small-scale fisheries of the world. The same thing with blue transformation. This time it's about, really how would the blue transformation work in the context of small-scale fisheries? The work that we do here, and I'm sure many people around the world, is about trying to connect what we talked about when we talk about blue transformation with the better thinking about how to bring in different sets of knowledge and different set of value system in the process. And we're learning this as, the work that we did. This was from 2019 that we put together this book. But we are really doing a lot more in terms of connecting better with the conversation that is happening around the world. So it's not about defining what transdisciplinarity means. Talk about what it is about. And we kind of have this play on the co process. So it is really a lot to do with process. But, the starting point of the conversation, you heard the concept of the step zero, right? I mean, it is so important to recognize that whoever frames the problem already gains the advantage in determining where the solutions direction will go. So the starting point of, people in the room who's at that stage where problems are identified. How do you frame the problems coming from different disciplinary background and perspectives and the value system? So need to think a lot about, when people talk about problems in fisheries, well, who defined the problem? Do they look the same when you talk about small-scale fishers, large-scale industries? And from the government perspective, from the community perspective, from the global north and from the global south, those are all different ways of framing and defining problems. Then that would lead us to think about being more creative and think really, differently in terms of how to co-design and co-develop solutions. Identifying opportunities is a step towards thinking about solutions. So starting from, looking at problems differently would lead us to think about solutions and opportunities in a different way as well. But there's a lot to do and a lot to consider when it comes to what should come out of that as at least one of the outcome of that process. And we would hope there would be a different type of, different ways to think about it, different knowledge that needs to be integrated in the thinking, and even new knowledge that could be produced in a very, in a co-production space. We have something to do when it comes to making that connection happen. And I think a lot of, at the end, it goes back to researchers and practitioners and governing actors in the room. And this is difficult to do, it turns out. How to really provide space for people to express what they think, even though, you kind of know yourself, right? Whenever we engage in a conversation, many people talk about engagement process and consultation and participation. Is a space possible, accessible, and available for everybody? But then when you put a lot of people in a room to have a conversation, we know that someone would dominate the conversation. So how do you really make it possible for people to speak? It's never easy. So especially when you think about when people start to say something we don't agree with, then we get into a situation where we don't want to listen anymore. So there's a lot of learning to do in that. So that's what we talked about in terms of, if you want to engage in a transdisciplinary dialogue, conversation, connection, you need to really practice respect and humility. So imagine that there'll be always people who know more than we do. And sometimes we know more. So how to make it possible for all the different knowledge and different types of knowledge and knowledge holders to really talk about this in an open and inclusive space. I mean, that's what we heard since this morning with the local knowledge, but there's also indigenous knowledge and also community knowledge and different types of knowledge from different types of scientists and researchers. So how to make that possible for everybody to talk to each other and listen with respect and humility. But it is also about broadening the thinking, because if we are framed by this, global direction alone, with let's do biodiversity, let's have Aichi target, trying to achieve the 2030, protection of the marine and conservation areas, protected areas on land as well. By 30% by 2030, we're going to be framed by that kind of thinking. If we're just thinking about blue transformation without thinking about other elements, other considerations, we're going to be restrained by that. So we need to be very open in terms of the way we think about what are possibles. And there's not one way to do things, and whatever we think we know might not be the right way to do it. So thinking about contributing to the solutions, contributing to understanding the problems is a good one, but contributing to finding solutions. So Svein put a very nice analogy about, now that we have an opportunity, can we take that forward? So we need to be thinking creatively about how to do that, and we do that together even when things seem impossible. Okay, so that's basically what I like to, connect in terms of what we've been saying so far. And this is a very nice picture that coming from the youth and our young futures connecting to each other as they are trying to deal with, the oil spill situation. This is in Peru. Our colleague Emiko is leading, helping coordinate TBTI Peru. So it's a lot of things to think about in terms of what's the future for for the people who are interested in supporting small-scale fisheries, and for researchers who are interested in studying small-scale fisheries or working with small-scale fisheries organizations and communities to move forward. So one thing to recognize, you have seen, we started from, Sven, who has been working in this space for a long time, and then we go and end up with Evan, who's really kind of like, the two sides here in terms of people have been doing that a lot and people are interested in doing it and will continue to do it. So there'll be a lot of space in between for everybody who's interested in small-scale fisheries. Thank you. So if we have a few more minutes, we can open up. I mean, this is like about 1:10. We're about 10 minutes behind the schedule. But if there's any general comment from the group here and also from audience in online, we would welcome that. Sven, you wanted to say something earlier. Now is the time to say it if you like.
No, it's not relevant.
Now it's not relevant. I'm sorry about that, Sven. Okay,
No, but
anybody
I
else
can-
has
I can
anything?
always-
No, Sven. Anybody else has anything you like to say in that case? Yeah, it can be in Spanish if you like. Okay. Jaime, is there any question that are coming from the... Yeah, could you give a microphone to Jaime, please?
I think it's for Svein. What can people do if their traditions or knowledge are not taken into account by their governments?
What can they do?
Okay. You can stand up and face the camera if you like. Thank you.
Evan talked about why do we need social scientists, and there is a lot of things you can say about that. And one thing you can say to your question is that if the government doesn't listen to them, they can talk to us, and they can talk to civil society organizations. There is a lot of ears out there, and I often said that before that governments may not listen to us, and may not listen to the fishers, especially if they are poorly organized, if they are fragmented, and there is a cacophony of voices. The government is, who should we listen to here? So if fishers are better organized, they can speak with one voice more than they often do, government would have to listen. And as a scientific community, we can be supportive of them in the way we can deliver arguments, we can deliver knowledge, we can deliver perspective, concepts, way of talking about the problems and opportunities in fisheries. And I think that we are needed in that sense. So that is certainly one way of doing it. And government, they may not listen to us, but they listen to civil society and they listen to fishers if they can speak with one voice. They cannot avoid doing it. They can ignore us. But I think civil society has long ago discovered that we are a resource that they can use. Having said this, I believe that what's unique about the small-scale fisheries guidelines is that, if you read you read these guidelines, that all these states have miraculously endorsed, you will find we have done research on every single of the 100 paragraphs. There is a knowledge, social science to a large extent, but not only social science, behind every paragraph. So that very document comes from somewhere. And you know, if you've been into this game for as long as I have, you know, you recognize that these paragraphs have the language in those paragraphs have a history that we have been part of creating. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we can claim any more more than we did in the past, that no one listened to us. I think that's not the case anymore. I think we have a tremendous contribution to make, and also, you know, in a transdisciplinary context. I think that's important.
I think around the world we are seeing more of the attention and interest from government agencies to bring in the different types of knowledge into the process, and definitely the work of social science researchers and transdisciplinary researchers are very important. And I think what we need to do more perhaps is to...
We're not talking for the small-scale fisheries people, we are talking with them, you know, and they are talking to us. And this is how, you know, this is an important idea or an important way of looking at what transdisciplinarity means.
Okay, so if any governments want to learn more, then they can take some training on transdisciplinarity so that we can have a better engagement and a better policy direction. Okay. Any other comment? Maybe a final one? Nobody? All right, well, Jose, why don't I turn it back to you? Thanks.
Well, thank you to all the presenters. It has been a pleasure to enjoy your insights about the small-scale fisheries scenario in different areas of the world and the challenges that we are facing in many coastal areas in different places. And also thank you to the public on site and online. It's a pleasure to have you here on board, and I hope we can continue these seminars in the coming months and years. And we hope that perhaps some like Rethink Blue activities might came also to the islands in the future. So thank you all.